here, and I'm not gonna lie, that kind of hurt. I went way too hardcore just then. Like,
See, you
that was
don't
really
admit to
stupid.
that.
Yeah, that was
You
really
got to
stupid.
commit.
Yeah, it's all or none, man.
All right,
Playing
we're
no games in
live.
here.
What's up?
Live.
Hello, everyone. We are live
Correct.
as usual. Let us know how the levels are, but we're live here with the usual stooges, and then we are joined by the one and only Crinacle, as many of you guys know, and also Erin from Erin's Audio Corner. So big shout out to Erin and Crin for joining us. For folks who are unaware, Erin
Two of our
is
favorite reviewers.
yes. So two of our favorite reviewers, and Erin is his channel is the by far the best speaker content on the internet. So everybody go subscribe to Erin and Crin, of course, as well. But most of you guys already know Crin.
Crin is not the best speaker content on the internet.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
I have one
that
speaker
Kef-
review, one
that Kef
singular
video was
one.
good.
Yeah.
You kept what?
That Kef video was good.
No, we
And
were
the
actually.
data
You've
came from
actually
Erin.
short-circuited one of our topics because we were going to ask you about that to try to get you guys to fight about that video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Is there something
So just before we get going here, I have a couple of housekeeping things for the audience. Number one is that I wanted to apologize for delaying the stream until today because yesterday I was dealing with some food poisoning issues. So big thanks to everybody who stuck around. Number two is I would like to formally apologize to ping.gg for throwing them under the bus in the last stream. The issue was actually a cable on my end that was defective. So cables do make a difference when they're broken. And number three is big shout out to headphones.com for making the stream possible. That is your resource for everything to learn about, research, and buy headphones, should you so choose. Check out headphones.com.
Also, headphones.ca if you're in Canada.
Very true.
I'd still probably recommend headphones.com for that.
Yeah.
But okay. We're gonna talk about a number of subjects here, but I figured we could start with the topic of Crinacle quitting reviews. If you guys want to start there,
Yeah, I'm out.
yeah, and starting his own storefront. So
No
so
longer one of our favorite reviewers.
that's right. He's now a friendly competitor to headphones.com.
Rest in peace.
So I don't know if you want to if you have anything in particular you want to say about that, but I suppose just my question on this would be, what sort of prompted the move? I mean, I know you'd already sort of been doing the Hangout for a while, but what has prompted? I think a lot of people, myself included, were sort of thinking you would go the manufacturer route, and then you put out that wonderful video about like the insane challenges that people don't realize that are involved in doing that. So yeah, I guess what prompted the move to becoming a retailer, essentially?
Retailer wise, it was a long time coming. We opened the Hangout back in August, but at the time, since I was reviewing, we only sold my collaboration, so there was not much of a conflict of interest there. Because if the collabs weren't a conflict of interest or too big of a conflict of interest, then a retail shop that only sold collabs is not too that far like up a step. So it was a long time coming. Like the groundwork was there, the foundations were there, and then just recently I just felt really burnt out from reviewing. And one of the catalysts was the backlash, quote unquote backlash, if you want to call it that, from the SimGod impressions that I posted on Twitter, which made me realize that, wow, no one wants me to criticize things anymore. So I realized that the thing that I've been doing for 8 years seems to be crashing down, where it's like, okay, now I can only shill things. I can't criticize things anymore. And I feel like at that point, I'm like, you know what? If that is truly the case, then I might as well just fully invest myself in being an industry insider, industry player. And that was kind of that was a transition period of like 3 or 4 months where I didn't really do much, and I was building up to Hangout.audio. And then 1 week ago, that's where the trigger is formally fired, even though I said that I've retired for like 4 months now. But now it's like official. Now it's like all of the news outlets has finally gotten onto the news. So I'm like, all right, now I'm out. I'm officially and properly out. And here I am.
You don't feel any like temptation when you see? Yeah, I mean, I saw you did the post about the Galaxy Buds 3, but you don't feel any temptation to review when you see something come out. You know?
No. Here's the thing: is that yes, I did say that I'm retiring from reviews, but I feel like at the end of the day, it's more about the like being tagged as a reviewer, the label of being a reviewer that is more of what's happening here. Because I'm still going to talk about my thoughts and opinions on stuff, but I guess officially I'm not going to call it a review, which is what people are up in arms about.
Yeah.
So wait, does
it's
that
like,
mean that
okay,
you're just stealing Passion for Sound's video? Because he got mad about people complaining about his reviews and then said, "I quit reviewing," but he's still reviewing.
I guess
just
so.
not
Yeah.
calling it
I mean,
that.
honest, but yeah. So sure. If you want me,
I was going to
terrible
relate
example,
it more to Metal
terrible
571.
and like this is terrible analogy, but I get where you're coming from. And yes, it's kind of business as usual, where it's like I'm going to talk about my opinions on things,
Right.
but I am not a reviewer. It's like the whole like, I'm not a rapper thing. It's like I'm not a reviewer. Don't call me a reviewer, but I'm still gonna talk about it.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I
How
think
do you make
people are
that
going to
distinction?
call you a reviewer no matter what.
Yeah.
In
Again,
which
I
case,
think
I'm just
this
gonna
is
redirect and say like, hey, I'm a store owner. I have my own brand. Potentially, I have my own brand. So don't call me
Yeah.
a reviewer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like how Metal 571 quit, but like everyone would probably still refer to him as a reviewer. You know, like even though he's
Yeah.
not actively putting out reviews anymore,
Well-
sometimes he'll give his takes on certain things when he.
Aaron
happens
had
to try them
an
out.
input there, and I'm interested to hear what he had to say. Sorry, listener.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like, how are you going to break that, right? Like, how are people going to know that you're not quote unquote a reviewer anymore? What are your plans for that?
So I think it's inherent that let's say a brand can't be a reviewer, or a retail store can't be a reviewer. There is an element of separation with the headphones.com team and the review team, which is why it kind of works out for headphones.com. But in my case, I'm like, all right, it's Crinacle, and the store is called The Hangout by Crinacle. So there is literally zero separation there. And if people at this juncture are still going to call me a reviewer, then that's on them. That's not on me, because I feel like there's already that hardwired implication that, okay, he's a brand, he's a retail store, he's not a reviewer. And for me, I don't mind being labeled that now, because I'm like, all right, I'm just going to talk about things, you know?
Are you going to do it from your current channel, or are you going to change it to the Hangout? Because I know you mentioned in your video you're
Yes.
starting that other channel.
So my current channel is going to be more neutral and educational content. I have one video, for example, that's coming out that's going to be like the ultimate guide to headphones, which is fairly neutral content. It's going to be sponsored by a headphone company, but the contents are going to be neutral because it's meant to be educational. I'm going to talk about things like what's open versus closed back, the different transducer types and whatnot. And those kind of content are going to go on the main channel. That, or like stuff that's outside my wheelhouse, for example, speaker reviews, dongle DAC reviews, talking about discontinued IEM products or IEMs that otherwise you couldn't get. And then for all the commercial stuff, like things that are already available out there in the wild, then that would be on the Hangout.audio channel, where it's like, yes, this is a brand talking about a brand. So I try to separate it at least now.
One thing that comes to mind with all of this for me is, it seems that in some circles the term reviewer is actually a negative. It's not a term of positivity or a term of endearment. It's a term of, oh yeah, this it's a term of criticism almost, if anything. And so in a way it avoids any of that. But the other thing that comes to mind is, I mean, you mentioned the whole SimGot stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Capra says reviewers are stinky. Yeah, there are places on the internet where they think of reviewers like that, right? and we all kind of know where that is. But and to a certain extent, I understand where some of that concept comes from. But the other thing is, yeah, with the whole SimGot situation, do you ever consider that this is just, you know, the voices, the very loud voices of the few, kind of drowning out the more appreciative voices of the many who would very much, who have generally appreciated your content, and maybe the jerk wave is just going the wrong direction for the moment?
It's tough because I do get what you're getting at here, where it's like the vocal minority is going to drown the voices of the silent majority. But the problem with being the silent majority is I don't know if you're there. Like if you're not there to tell me that all like this is not something that I should care about, because when the whole thing dropped, all I got was just people telling me to retire. And I'm just like, if there was a silent majority, I wish you would speak out, but it didn't
I'm
happen.
speaking out.
So yeah. So sure, now that I've retired, the silent majority comes out and be like, hey, I don't want you to try bumper. I'm like, I pressed the button. I can't unpress that button now. You should have told me that like 3 or 4 months ago. I'm sorry, but I've made my choice. I've took my step forward, and I can't take a step backwards now, especially now that I've announced my retirement, started a literal audio store, and about to start my own brand. So yeah, that's the problem with all this, right?
I mean, this is also kind of why I mentioned this on Twitter, but like it's kind of like a personal growth thing as well, where like you've done the review thing for a long time, and now it's like, okay, like what's next, you know? So
I think the ultimate goal for any reviewer actually would be to make their own product, because if you're truly passionate about the hobby, then I think that would be the ultimate end game, where it's you make a product that is to your specifications, to your tastes, and you take credit for that. And I think that is a very 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 big accomplishment in of itself. And I'm not talking about collabs. Collabs is like the halfway house of that.
You're talking
it's
like
almost there, but not quite.
Like what DMS did with the Omega.
Was that a collab?
No.
Yeah. So
No,
DMS with the Omega was great, because it's like OEM parts. He 3D printed everything himself. I think the next step up from that would be to actually make one that is purely mass produced and something that he could sell. And that again is would be a huge accomplishment for anyone in the hobby, where it's like I can finally say that I have my product that is built by me for me, not necessarily for anyone else.
Yeah. But you're still going to keep making entertaining videos. Is that what you were saying earlier?
I'll try.
Yeah.
It should still be business as usual. It's just that the products showcases / not reviews would be thrown out to the Hangout.audio channel. And if people do still want my opinions on various different kinds of products, then subscribe there. You could, and then I'll try and post weekly there as opposed to monthly / yearly.
Right. Do you feel there are things that you can talk about now that you weren't able to before? Maybe this is kind of related to Griffin's question earlier.
I think for the longest time, like for the last, let's say 5 or 6 months, I was actually struggling to like post review videos, because I didn't know, like, if I shilled something, would I be like, okay, not shill. If I said good things about something, would I be branded as a shill? And if I said negative things about something, would I be considered as someone who's trying to put down that thing to indirectly favor my collabs? So because of that internal struggle, I didn't post a lot in the last, like, reviews wise. I wasn't posting a lot in the last few months, because I was like, I don't want to deal with whatever comes my way and give me more mental anguish than I already have. But on the flip side, now that I've already started my own audio store, it's like, if people are just going to call me a shill, I can easily just say, yes, I am indeed a shill. I run a store. Buy from my store, please. Thank you.
Right. I guess I'm curious as well, like what Erin's thoughts are on this, just in general.
I'll have a lot of thoughts. So number one, congratulations for doing what you want to do. Like that's the most
Thank you.
important thing. Yeah, there's a lot of people who are going to talk, but screw 'em, man. You do what you want to do. I watched your video, and because I was certainly interested, like, all right, well, you're kind of. I don't even deal with headphones, and I know like you're the guy for headphones. Let's just be real, right? And you can go ahead and dust that dirt off your shoulder if you want to.
And IEMs.
So, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mainly
Um,
IENs.
Mainly, right? Yeah. But so I watched your video, and the one thing that I kind of latched onto, and I'm paraphrasing it, was something to the effect of how you said you've been doing this for so long that it's very easy for you to, I guess, make suggestions, make recommendations, understand like what the data is actually going to mean and how to use that usefully, and that you're
Mhm.
going to get the products in your stores of the ones that you like the most, but not an entire lineup from everything from the manufacturer, right?
Yes.
You're not going to carry every model they have. And I really like that because having done this for a while, you get to the point where you can really start to get a lot of great insight from the data and from listening, because in my opinion, the listening is always in service, or the measurements are always in service to the listening, right? Like we listen, we look at the measurements, we try to understand, see what's going on. There's a lot of factors involved, but ultimately we're trying to do this to make recommendations, deliver pros and cons, and help people understand what they're about to get into if they're planning on purchasing one of these items or another one of these items. So I really liked how you kind of leveraged your experience into what you're going to carry in your store. So I think that's pretty cool. And that's an interesting perspective that I don't think that most retail shops probably would have, right? Like just
Mhm.
being honest. So anyway, kudos to you, and I think that's a good route to go.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
we actually do expand on that a little bit. Where if anyone's in Singapore, you can come down to our store, and we have demo units of, well, I'm not going to say everything, but as much things that we can bring in. So we sell a limited selection, but we have demo units of everything else, or as much as we can carry. So our catalog is like maybe 60 or 70 items at this point, but our IEM collection would be closer to 400 to 500. So we don't shy away from letting people try out the other things, because we are confident that whatever that we let you try that is in our catalog, you're gonna choose that anyways. Or if you don't choose it, it's because of taste, and in which case, no harm, no foul. We'll even redirect you to buy it from somewhere else.
Like headphones.com.
Headphones.com, yes. But headphones.com has more. You don't carry everything, don't you?
No.
No, and we don't intend to, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was stuff that we carried in the past that I don't think anybody on our team liked, and so eventually we just decided not to do it. So there is an element of like, like if it doesn't carry the stamp of approval from at least somebody, there's, but it's true. Like, I mean, there are bound to be people who like things that those of us on our team just don't, right? So,
For example, things with treble.
no, I'd like to. Well, unfortunately, I can't.
Andrew and
change
Caleb
the...
like treble.
No. Unfortunately, I
Not as much as
can't change the names of the people like underneath here on Ping yet, or maybe I can, but it's just not showing up. But Griffin's listener's name would be Professor Warmpoo, and then
Correct.
Blaine's
That
would
is my
be
role.
Yes.
yeah, and then Blaine's would be.
I am literally the image Sean Olive uses for people who hate bass. Yes.
Well, he would be Blaine would be Dr. Brightson.
Like I am quite literally in his CanCham slides.
Yeah. And I'd like we cover both ranges, I would say, and I feel like I'm probably somewhere in the middle. DMS is probably somewhere in the middle, a little bit maybe more warm skewed.
I would say most people are between me and Blaine. On
Yeah,
this
you guys are the high and low anchors,
Yes.
I'm actually quite interested to know where Erin falls from like the headphone standpoint. The fact that he has a 7506 there indicates more towards my side of the table.
The bright
Although-
side, yeah.
Honestly, I vacillate between. Is that a real word? I feel like I just made it up.
No, that's
Did I use it correctly? That's the most important
Yes.
part.
You did.
My education paid off. All right. I vacillate between those and just regular old Apple AirPods, right? Like, I mean, the majority of my listening is loudspeakers or car stereo. I don't really listen to headphones. I take my headphones to work with me and listen there, but I'm not paying attention to fidelity or anything like that.
You should check out these.
So,
Give these a try.
yeah, well, I
No.
heard how much they cost, so I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I can't just leave those at work, overnight and not have to worry about somebody stealing them. Of course, I shouldn't have to anyway. Anyway, but for just general tonal balance, things like that, I do prefer neutral. I run into a lot of speakers that are bright, some of them bass heavy, all the typical stuff that you find with speakers or IEMs or headphones in general. And I prefer something that's more neutral overall. Yeah. So if I were going to be like a headphone lifer, I would have to do a lot of research. And I don't know where I would start.
I would really love to dig into, like, it would be so fun for us to send you a few headphones and just get like somewhat, because this is one of the reasons I was super excited to have you on, other than just we like you a lot and we want to have your thoughts on our marquee topic that's coming up. I promise we haven't just bait and switched you, but
that's fine. No, I thought Crinical's topic was actually good.
But I'm really interested to like, you're someone who has perspective on the audio industry and high fidelity, whatever that is, who is basically hermetically isolated from the headphone world, and I'm so intrigued to have your thoughts on some of our weirdness.
Yeah. Send them my way, man. I can't promise you'll get them back in the same condition you sent them, but send them my way.
No, but that's really exciting. Like we should definitely do that. Actually,
we would 100% do that.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd be curious. Like I think I would be more curious to see how my preferences align with what the data shows. Right.
Yeah.
The same way I treat my reviews. I always listen first. I try different things out. Then I measure and then I look and say, all right, well, that makes sense, or what the heck does that mean? And then try to understand it more.
Maybe what we can also do is send over some in-ear microphones, so we can,
you just want to take his HPTFs.
Yes,
stuff.
I do.
You have a perverse interest in measuring his ears.
No, I don't. I just think if anything, you have a perverse interest in measuring in people's ears.
You're the one who brings them up all the time
because it's interesting.
Man.
It's interesting.
Send me whatever you want, as long as it goes on my ear and no other canal. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sold. Let's do it.
I mean, that is. I mean, we can get into technical stuff later on.
There's actually a question from chat. From Scott, who's I think a friend of pretty much everyone here.
Scott Pleasure, my beloved.
Yes, that one. Is there another Scott? Anyway,
it's the only Scott that matters.
He wanted to ask what the difference we see, and I think this is mostly directed towards the 3.5 reviewers here. What do you see as the difference between a journalist and a reviewer? Because he apparently regards you guys as tech journalists.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
in the strictest sense, I think journalists have a higher I don't know what the word is, but like responsibility for neutrality. I think that some word for
impartiality.
That. I mean, so do reviewers, but I feel like when the word journalist comes in, it takes on a much more professional connotation.
So
I
had a debate
where
with
I
somebody
wouldn't
about
really
this.
agree with the classification. I wouldn't call us journalists.
Actually,
I feel like the distinction there is opinion, and reviews are pretty steeped in that.
In the broadest sense,
I would say that there are a lot of very opinionated journalists.
Yeah, there are, and like it's almost like we're columnists more so than anybody trying to just put out the news, right? Like in the broad classification, we are essentially media, right? Like we fall in that bucket somewhere.
Yeah.
But it is in the certainly colloquially. I don't think that most people would consider what we do as journalism, even though there's a significant amount of overlap, right? And one of the things that I think it really just depends on. I actually wouldn't go the professionalism angle, right? Because I can think of many journalists who do very similar things to what we do and have far less professionalism in their approach to things. But I think the main distinction is that we don't come from, or we're not, attached to any traditional media outlets, and that's really where that kind of language is associated, like Forbes or whatever, right? So I think really it's just a semantic thing more than anything else. But functionally, yeah, it's very similar, I would say.
I wouldn't even call like places like Gamers Nexus as journalism, even though within definition he absolutely is.
Yeah.
And I feel like the whole like tech journalist thing kind of exists for websites like you see, like PC Gamer or like NN Tech or whatnot, like very like you said, very traditional outlets as opposed to more new school stuff. Like as much as Gamers Nexus is very old school when it comes to the way they present the data, the way the because the medium is YouTube, it's very hard to put the label of journalist onto people like him. So it's kind of a shifting scale in a way. I like, yeah, you know, he's yes he is, but I wouldn't call him that. That is that kind of situation.
So
I feel like what kind of muddies the distinction a bit is that with reviews, like, and I think a lot of people in chat are also saying that like the dividing line is kind of like impartiality. Now, obviously, I guess there can be some very partial journalists, but I think what kind of muddies it is that like the people on this call generally do a lot of work to like educate their audience towards being skeptical of them, which isn't really something that like a typical reviewer would do.
right.
Like it's something that is pretty specific in this space to a kind of coherent group of people.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes it like more impartial than a traditional review, but not quite as impartial as like, you know, just stating facts about the product.
I do like this question or this concept because I mean I certainly didn't go to journalism school, but I have done work in traditional media in the past, actually on the other side of it, so like pitching media. And
They're coming for you.
They are, yeah. This is like a
You're wearing
regular
the veils
occurrence in
on your
my place.
Sasvara.
Yeah. But yeah, just seeing it from the other side, I would actually say that what we do, and I don't just mean like localized to this group here. I mean like for many reviewers, I'd actually say that there is more impartiality with what we do. Traditional media is heavily steeped in kind of like the outlet bylines, and that's something that we are not beholden to because we all have the freedom to basically say it how we feel it is, and we're not under any sort of like, you know, syndicated journalistic publication that has a particular byline that they're trying to be congruent with. And so in that sense, to me, it does become a bit of a distinction without a difference. Or if you really want to split hairs, it has to do with the medium itself being YouTube rather than, you know, any other.
Griffin, did we get the bingo card?
Oh, good question.
And is there a distinction without a difference square?
There is no distinction.
This is not. This is
How
not
is that
Headphone
not a
Show
free
bingo.
square?
No, this doesn't count. This is not Headphone Show bingo. This is just Blaine finding quirky things that I say. This has nothing to do with Headphone Show. Now he's creating it. Now he's typing.
No, I'm just posting it in chat.
Okay.
Oh, it already existed.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up now too. Wait, it doesn't work for me.
Oh,
Scams.
I think the link got screwed up.
Rip. Is this the
You gotta,
philosophy
like-
channel? Yes.
God,
much to Griffin's chagrin. I wanted to just ask Crin some questions, if I may.
Yeah, what's up?
Project Meta and Project Blue.
Yes,
Dish. What's going on there?
Dish.
Chill if you would like.
I can't say anything out specifically, but I think Project Blue should be very self-explanatory. Like if you don't know what that is already, then I can't help you that much. But as you can see from the squiggly lines, Project Blue is meant to be more Harmon. So
Joy.
there you go. Okay, but I will tell you one thing. Project Blue is thinner physically.
Oh, okay.
Damn.
Damn.
So that's the additional hint. But Project Blue probably will not come out for another 3 or 4 months. But we are pretty much in production mode right now. Project Meta, on the other hand, we're still kind of trying to fix the treble, though it's gonna be a Skunkworks kind of release, where probably gonna be a limited run at first, and if the response is good, then we will go into a much more we go into a standard production run and slash the prices for the standard production. So the Skunkworks project would be much more expensive, but at the same time, the money there will be used to fund the full production model. But that also depends on whether or not it's well received, and all the media outlets are going to get like the early samples to just kind of gauge reactions. But again, if you're a graph sniffer, then Project Meta is just right for you.
Okay. And Project Blue is for the masses? The unwashed, untrained?
Project Blue is, I mean, you know, it's Harman. So if you like Harman, then there you go.
Okay. Nice to have options, I suppose. I always just think, you know, people should just buy Dusk so they get both.
But people don't
Yes,
like
the
DSP
obligatory
cable.
buy Dusk plug, which, to be fair, is wise.
It is.
Yeah.
Did they fix the issue with the DSP cable?
Okay, so the chip comes from Synaptics, aka Connexon. So we have to communicate with them, which, if you know anything about communicating with chip manufacturers, it is an absolute nightmare. So we are fixing it, but fixing it is I don't even know how to fix it at this point, because we basically need the instructions from the chip manufacturer. And then well, on that topic, we're trying to find a different way to fix it ourselves anyways. But we'll see.
Gotcha. I mean, I still think it's fine. It's not
But
fine.
it's weird because
but it's
okay. but here's the thing is that we did push out an OTA update through the Moondrop Link app. Try it out, because after the update, they said that they didn't fix the specific problems that you had. But now that I go back to our old demo units and try it out with the OTA update, I don't hear that that warbling from the stick hits anymore.
Okay.
So
I'll
maybe
give it a
it's
shot.
fixed.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
I
don't
never
have an Android device, so Andrew, you'll have to.
Yeah,
tell me.
I'll test it out. I mean, I used the Dusk recently on a trip, but I wasn't specifically listening for that. I just sort of kind of figured I'd bite the bullet.
If you use it like normally on a commute and whatnot, I 100% assure you, you're not going to hear it.
You
it's
don't
like
hear
when
it.
you really listened out for it, then you hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if I were only using it on a commute, I straight up never would have heard it.
Yeah.
But it was like 3 a.m. at my brother's house right before we got on a flight. And I was just in the living room in like a completely quiet environment. And I heard it and I was like, oh God, now I can't unhear it.
Yeah. Because you're specifically listening to those stick hits like over and over again on repeat.
Well, no, I was just listening to music.
That
I was
seems
just
entirely
listening
in
to one of my
keeping
favorite
with
albums.
listener to me.
What's up?
All right, it's all right,
You
boys.
just
It's all
listen to
right.
stick hits over and over again.
That is not.
But rest assured, Project Meta is not DSP. It's purely analog.
Okay. To me, it was a very interesting, and I'm curious what Erin's thoughts on this are, but like it was a very interesting kind of like outcome to put a product like an IEM in the market where core to its functionality was DSP, and just to see the reaction that the community had towards this, which was actually, I'm curious, like I obviously thought that this was fine conceptually, but did you see more of a negative reaction to the fact that it was just a DSP thing? Like I did see a lot of sort of criticism of that.
Some would say coping and seething.
Yeah, basically. To either Crin or Erin, like, I mean.
Well, to Crin, had you seen that reaction?
Yeah,
to Erin,
yeah.
What do you think?
So the reaction was worse than I expected, but I kind of also, but at the same time, I was like, all right, I know people are not going to be accepting of this, especially at the $360 price point. But the reason why I still went forward with it was also because in the speaker world, the best speakers in the world use DSP in general. Like the top 10, like the top 10 speakers that I personally like are all DSP. and only after you break like number 14 do I get like a proper like passive
Sure.
solution. So to me, it's like, yeah, it makes sense. DSP is, well, for all intents and purposes, the best way to tune a component and tune the frequency response. Because if you use use capacitors, use resistors, use inductors, they have their own little tolerances that you can't fully control for. Whereas on digital, it's just perfect. It's just perfect. You can't fuck up a digital EQ. And if your analog components are out of spec, you can fix them on the digital side. So the way that I see it is that DSP is powerful in its own right, and if you are truly someone who is looking for the best of the best, then you should absolutely, yes, get something that is as good as it can get on the analog side, and then finish it off on the digital side. That is how you get the best product, period. But in the IM world, and to an extent also the headphones world, it's a very immature industry with very immature consumers. So they don't understand that DSP is not terrible, that DSP is actually the superior way of going about messing around the sound signature of it all.
The purists are
And
crying right now.
Yeah, so the response that I see just tells me that, all right, the IM market is still 5 years too early for DSP. Like the consumers are too immature, and it will take a lot more time to convince them that, hey, it's not that bad, please just try it.
I mean, interestingly, it's only the audio files though, because like actual consumers, just like normal people, don't care
Because they're using
Like,
it
they
anyways.
they're
Like
they're
TWS.
Yeah, so
totally
on
fine with whatever
TWSs,
Yeah.
it's
is
like there, right? On TWSs, DSP is always it's always there for tuning, and the consumers don't care because to them it's like, oh, it sounds good and therefore good. That's it. For audio files, it's like
Why
it
would
sounds
anything else
good, but
matter?
because it uses DSP, that's why it's bad, and that is where things start to crumble. And where there needs to be some maturity within the community to
also
recognize. Again, yeah.
They want to use it with their high-end DAPs and whatever else, and
Which could also be like a problem because sometimes the high-end devs, let's say you want to do EQ, sometimes they just don't have a proper EQ app. Because they have their own proprietary Android software, and they don't even some dApps don't even have the Play Store. So so that's like just kneecapping themselves.
Someone is saying in chat here, too immature, it's completely ignoring the awful software. But the point about this is you don't need to use the software to get the benefits of the default DSP tuning.
It's the DSP is baked into the chip. You can just plug it in and it works, just like your typical DSP speakers, where you just plug it in and it works. You don't have to mess with this. You could mess with the EQ inside, but you don't have to.
I mean, to me, the soft. I mean, I didn't like the software, but to me, that's also the most interesting part about it, given what I'm interested in, which is to test among different people the different sound signatures that you provided to see what they like. But people don't need to use it that way, right? You can just plug it in.
I think in the future, I'll just probably mess around with DSP on true wireless buds. Like I'll come up with some TWS in the future, then develop a proper app. At that point, the app would be very, very important. So that one, I would do it. But when it comes to the Dusk, people don't realize that I am not Moondrop. I didn't develop the app, so I'm sorry.
I met Herbert when I was in Munich. Very nice gentleman.
That was nice.
Yeah.
Very nerdy. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah. I'm curious.
We turn to Erin.
Yeah, I'm curious about Erin's thoughts on the whole DSP in the product concept and how that is versus in the speaker world.
Yeah. So there's a few things about it. Number one is I've reviewed some speakers that have DSP in them, and they're the shittiest speakers I've ever heard. Right. So you can have that. FiO SP3. So FiO's a good name in the portable audio area, right? So I expected some good stuff. Well, for a modern consumer, it's a good name, or it should be at least. I expected, based on the brand name and the brand recognition and their marketing on their website, that it would be a decent speaker. It was terrible. Like it even made me mad, right? Like it's rare that I have a product that's so bad that I feel I feel angered by just how crappy it is, but it was fairly bad. And there's a lot of others. PreSonus, Eris models are pretty crappy. But
Mhm.
they're cheaper ones, but they have DSP built into them. So we can't just assume that just because it's got DSP means that it's great.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So
But it makes for easier modification of the sound signature of the
It-
transducer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, especially
It's not a magic bullet. You still need to know how to use a DSP, but it's
Right.
once you know, it's superior to analog components, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I think his argument is the converse. It's not DSP is good, it's that you cannot achieve a certain level of great without DSP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I only say that to kind of preface things, right? We for those listening, we can't just assume that because it's got DSP doesn't mean that it's one of the better options out there, because there is some crap out there.
I don't know how much
Um,
people would be slapping DSP as a marketing thing on the box.
Yeah,
to
no,
checkmark
that's true.
DSP.
Well, a lot of them are powered monitors and things like that. Desktop monitors. But there are brands and big brands, ATC. They're using DSP in their
Mhm.
components. JBL with their M2, they use DSP built in. And there's a lot of other.
Neumanns,
Like we got Dutch and Dutch, Key Audio. I mean, I could probably name a boatload more, but my brain is fried right
Jenny's,
now. How what?
Genel X,
Yeah, Oh yeah, can't believe I forgot Genelec.
Bouchard,
Yeah,
I think.
Bouchard. Yeah.
there's a bunch of them. From my perspective, the one issue with DSP that I run into is limiting. So a lot of them will limit the bass,
Linearity. Yeah.
right?
It's
Because they don't want you to damage something. They don't want you. It's powered, so they don't want some knucklehead to just drive it into full failure mode and then damage the thing and then have to send it back. And you can hear that. In some cases, you can absolutely hear the lack of dynamic range, because at lower volumes, you're like, oh, I got nice mid bass. And as you turn it up, you're like, that mid bass is nowhere to be found. And that frustrates me. Outside of that, the thing that I've run into, because I do generally like DSP enabled speakers, the thing that I've run into with my audience is that they still like to mix and match. At the end of the day, they like to be able to say, hey, I like this amplifier because it looks cool, and I like this speaker because it looks cool. Now, could a company make the speaker to look the exact same with DSP enabled and power built in? Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of people still prefer to mix and match their own stuff.
Now, is just a question of that. I mean, this might be your audience might be unique in this, but do you think that when people are doing this, when people want to mix and match, it's uniquely because of how they feel about the way that things look, or do you feel people are like, oh, I like this sound signature of this amplifier,
Yeah, both.
right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely both.
Don't
For
want
me,
that dirty
personally,
Class D.
yeah. Personally, I like to mix and match because of how things look. I'm not too big on these amplifiers sound completely different. I think if people actually took the time to blind ABX stuff, they'd find that they're basically full of shit. They can't hear a difference, right? But people aren't willing to do that, or they're not capable of doing that the right way. So with that said, even if I know something sounds the exact same, and this thing costs $300, but this thing costs $3,000, and the thing that costs $3,000 looks much cooler, if I've got the money, I'm going to pay extra for the look and the build quality, maybe even the brand name. Macintosh is one that comes up a lot of times, right? And as they've gone on, some of the audiophile world on the electronic side, or the speaker side of things, have, oh, Macintosh is terrible, you need to get X, Y, or Z, right? But I'm still of the opinion that Macintosh makes great stuff that holds its value, that has a pride of ownership that I can't get with other brands. So I'm going to pay extra for that product, even if it measures or sounds the exact same as something that's maybe half or third or fourth of the price.
I made this argument on Audio Science Review recently, actually, which is that I think we need more space for kind of watch style marketing in
Yeah, I
audio
would agree.
products.
Yeah.
Like with watch movements, obviously you're not getting a more accurate movement than with a quartz watch, but you are getting, hey, we did this a weird, cool way. You have a conversation piece. It's well put together. It looks nice. I'd like to see more of that kind of marketing in our industry.
Yeah.
I mean, the HG1 style of products is kind of getting there. Warwick kind of followed that. Hifiman kind
Okay.
of followed that.
The
this
HE1
kind of
being
there,
made of
right?
solid Carrera marble was kind of a mistake, though. I think.
But that's like the whole watch industry thing you're talking about. Where it's like, let's make it out of a completely unnecessarily material, but it's expensive and it looks good. So that's all it
Mhm.
is.
It's a fair point. It's a fair
As long
point.
as it performs well, right? Because there's a lot of stuff that looks great, but it sucks, like it's garbage. So, but I got off track on that. I kind of circled this back around to, yeah, if the IM world included DSP in their headphones, I think everybody would be better served. DSP to me is kind of the benchmark, right? We've been using DSP in car audio forever because we had to learn how to tune a system to make it sound good in aftermarket car audio. And it's funny to me that for like the past 4 or 5 years, I see other, say, influencers. Some of these guys aren't even reviewers, in my opinion, talk about the use and how great DSP is now. And I'm like, you guys are just now catching the train. Like this has been a thing for a while. So I'm glad you're aboard. And it's not like to look down. I know it sounds kind of salty, but in some ways, I guess I am kind of salty about it. DSP
We're not
definitely makes a big difference.
we're not even at that point. We're still at the point where DSP sucks.
Yeah, so that's the problem. DSP can absolutely help things. The only thing that I would think that might be an issue is what I said about limiting with loudspeakers. You might run into that with
Mhm.
headphones, well, right? But then again, I think you would
With
probably
IMs, you
be
will not run
trained-
into that issue.
Yeah, I mean,
For
because you would have
sure,
to
yeah.
listen pretty loud. I mean, damage
Mhm.
your hearing loud to run into that, right?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's the nice thing about micro speakers closely coupled to the ear.
Yeah.
You can easily get to 120 decibels without losing
Yeah.
a decibel of linearity. Also, I'm really eager to talk to you about that because what people say we need for max level in headphones is so crazy to me as someone who looks at speakers as well. Like, would you say that an amp needs to be able to do more than 115 dB SPL to be safe for a level? Like,
No, not
is
no.
that not?
No, well, I mean, so it's also related to how far you are. If you're talking I'm a meter away, then that's one thing. But if I'm in a home theater and it's a large home theater and I'm 3 or 4 meters away, then you've lost some output there, right? So
Yeah,
that
but imagine that we're talking about that output at your ear.
at your ear, 115 dB,
Yeah.
that's stupid.
Okay, so the funny thing is
Good
people
day.
tell me that that's not enough.
Yeah, they're
Who
dumb.
is saying that?
Every
Sorry,
single person who's
email me
never
if you want
talked
to,
to
but that's
me.
really dumb. You're going to damage your hearing. You may be fine of hearing now, and you're like 20, and you're like, hell yeah, I like to rock out, dude. I used to ride around with my BMX bike, the headphones, in-ear headphones, and there's no telling how loud I listen to that. I would never do that now, right? So be smart with your listening.
So, but just on that note, what do you guys feel is a suitable threshold for an excursion limit?
Excursion.
Yeah, because
94.
well, okay, so like usually the reason I'm asking this is usually, at least in the headphone world, that question comes up in reference to things like, for example, the focals clipping at 107 dB, right? At 1 kilohertz. My thought on that is that's
1 kilohertz, so slightly more in the bass.
yeah. So that's what I mean. Yeah, but my thought on that is very, very loud still.
I have someone already DMing me to complain that 115 dB SPL is not enough.
I don't think people understand how loud that is. Honest to God, I think if you do a poll, I did this a couple years ago. I said, how loud do you normally
don't.
listen to your music without looking at an SPL meter? And then do me a favor, grab your iPhone and check and see what it is. And most people were like 10 dB off.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
they
the
think it's
average for
louder
some
than it
reason
actually
people
is.
keep saying people keep saying like 100 for some reason. I'm like, no, there's no way you're listening at 100. It's a nice number.
There are some
Everyone
people
latches onto it. It's like 100. I'm like, no, it's not. You're
So
like
when you go to-
probably at 60.
When you go to
At
Can
Can
Jams,
Jam,
yeah.
you see those people. I've seen a person turn an amp that I know can drive that headphone to over 110 dB peak to its max and say this isn't loud enough.
Yep.
And I could
Okay,
hear
sometimes
it
they're
from
just-
outside the headphone clearly. It was
Okay,
terrifying.
I've had my fair share of that. Like at the shop, there'll be some people who just blast the headphones. And at first I thought like, who turned on a Bluetooth speaker? And then I look over, I'm like, oh
no.
oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there were even some headphones that got damaged as a result of people trying to turn them up too much, right? Like they were.
Our Odyssey got popped. At
Yeah.
New
Oh no, but that
York.
was somebody doing that with it, right? Like,
Oh, did they do
Oh.
it?
yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there was a Focal headphone at one of the Can Jams where someone had it blasting so loud that it killed the driver. I think for like a Utopia or something.
Jesus.
Yeah.
The Utopia doesn't even clip as early as the Clear.
It depends on the unit. I went through a ton of them, and they all seem to clip between 107 and 110 dB at 1 kilohertz.
Fair enough.
So it's like all kind of within the ballpark. And my thought on that is, unless you're running it from a high output impedance source, or if you're doing some sort of EQ or something, with a bass boost function, that is totally fine. Like 107 dB, 110 dB is extremely loud.
It is.
Yeah, most of my speaker listening is, I'd say, average like 85 decibels, which is, people tell me all the time is loud. Like I have people commenting saying that's way too
That is loud.
I'm in 70, 75.
If you even with headphones, if you put on headphones, listen to music at a comfortable volume, then see how loud that is in like an FFT or something. It's way quieter than what I think people realize. And when they're measuring with test tones, for example.
Well, I mean, that's because of crest factor, and that is a factor. What terrifies me, though, is the people who crank it the loudest have the lowest dynamic range music in my experience.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's already very
threshold.
loud. Yeah.
Sure.
Should we move over to the headline topic or the thumbnail topic here, which is the DCS stuff? I know, Aaron, you wanted to weigh in on this, but I'm also curious on Crin's thoughts as well.
Aaron, defer to Aaron first.
Okay.
So let's just do a quick recap.
I would say a brief summary of events is warranted here.
So about a week ago, we put up a video, and Cameron Golden Sound also put up his own video about the fact that there had been a legal threat apparently from the company DCS, who make high-end DACs and amplifiers, to him regarding an old review he had done on his own personal channel. After some clarification, the final story from DCS is that it was the work of one rogue actor in there for the most part, and they are sorry for any appearance that they attempted to censor dialogue about their products. Cameron has accepted their apology, and we'd like to ask that nobody actually bother any of the DCS employees about this, because there were some people who did harass people, and that's not cool under any circumstances. But
and also, I think the part of the apology also included an invitation to basically check out the DCS facility and try and do some additional content around that.
Yes, and there are still some standing disagreements between Cameron and DCS regarding some of his factual claims. I don't think DCS has a leg to stand on in those issues, but that's a separate matter. But basically, the appearance was that DCS was attempting to limit negative reviews, and specifically that they were threatening litigation. Subsequently, their claim is that that was not their intent, and I'd like to note that they have been very clear that they are not going to do that. But that caused quite a firestorm. So, how do we feel?
I'm curious what Aaron thinks, because I know Aaron has.
I am also curious about
some thoughts on
Victim
this.
number one.
No, my thoughts are kind of varied. I actually wrote down a couple things that I took away from all of that. First of all, I want to mention the stress that's caused Cameron. I was going to say I can't imagine, but I can imagine. But everybody reacts differently. He seemed to handle it well, but I can only imagine what he was going through behind the scenes. Just initially getting this email that they threatened litigation, but they didn't, was the same thing that I went through, where they said they actually used the word litigation, which my dude that I went through it with said that just meant getting lawyers together, which I'm like, come on, man. That's just the dumbest shit. So yeah, I hope everybody maybe takes the time to shoot Cameron some positive vibes. Technically, I don't know all the inner details of that review. I'll be honest, I didn't go back and watch that review, but I watched Cameron's discussion about it, and I watched the discussion about it on the Headphone Show channel. And my takeaway from that was that it seemed like he at least tried to do the right thing when warranted. The dude who reached out, the VP of sales from DCS, I think that was his title. I hope he's been fired.
Yes.
Yeah. So I read the apology from, let's say it's the CEO, the owner, I don't know whatever his title is, but I read that apology, and it made mention of some employee that's no longer with them. So I didn't know for sure if he's talking about the guy who sent the email or somebody else.
I believe so. I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah. That dude, that was That's stupid. I also thought the apology was pretty good until I got to the part where I think Steve is his name, said that both
Steven is
he
his
and
last name.
Cameron, okay, yeah, both he and Cameron had made mistakes, right? Essentially, that's what he said. That was maybe like halfway down. And I thought, you were doing really well until you made a conditional apology. That's my issue. That's a personal pet peeve of mine. Like if somebody wrongs you and when they apologize, they take their blame and they don't talk, they don't divert any of that to anyone else. They just, it's my fault on this part, and then you move on. Like if you're not at fault for something, you just don't talk about it. You don't say, but you did this thing. That bothered me on a personal level. I think kind of going back to getting the review right, it seemed like Cameron did all the right things that he needed to do. He kept dialogue open. He took the video down temporarily while they try to figure out, what exactly he got wrong. And kudos to him. Good on everybody for kind of having his back. I'll mention briefly that I've seen some people in the comments saying, "Oh, it's not a big deal. People threaten lawsuits all the time. It's not a big deal until it happens to you." Or let's say you've got an employer that you're shielded by. It's a little bit different when you're a regular guy working a regular day job and doing this on your side, and you're just trying to provide as much good information as you can for people to make the right decisions. I don't think Cameron's review was necessarily negative. I know in my case, mine wasn't either. And so having all that dumped on you in an email saying that I'm going to come after you and we're going to do what was it, a 7-figure lawsuit?
Yes.
Come on, man. Like, that's ridiculous. So I truly hope that this is the last time that a manufacturer takes this route of trying to, I don't know, I won't say get a review taken down. Maybe they weren't trying to do that. Maybe they were just trying to get the thing right to begin with, and the dude just became frustrated and went full a-hole mode. I don't know. If a manufacturer has an issue with a review, a legitimate issue, then reach out. I've run into this myself a few times where I've had to go make a correction or maybe edit a part of a video out because I misspoke about something. And when manufacturers do that, what I do, and hopefully this is a lesson to manufacturers, is I will publish that and I will say, hey, this manufacturer reached out and they had an issue with this thing, or whatever, and they're all legitimate. And I just wanted you all to know that they reached out. And then what I find is that my audience will say, that's really cool in them that they weren't a-holes, that they took the time to talk about your comments in your video or your written review or whatever, and give you feedback and work with you. And I think that actually drives more business that way than than this guy wound up getting with DCS. So
I mean, the bar is kind of in hell, isn't it? When it's literally just saying,
yeah,
wow, they didn't attempt to litigate against you or call you incompetent. They just had a dialogue where they explained their disagreements. Is like, wow, what an amazing company.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
one thing I wanted to note with the apology, and I mean, I think it's good that at the end of the day, action was taken to try and remedy this, and that they've kind of worked through it. At the same time, there was knowledge of the threat of the lawsuit all the way to the very top. So even though it was the actions of one guy, there was still awareness that this was going on, and to me, that's kind of where I hope it's as I said in that response video that I did, that like I hope that this is sort of a lightning rod for manufacturers to see that, like, that kind of behavior is so much worse for you if you try and go down that route. But I would sort of agree that, like, while it is nice that things are kind of remedying and are in the process of improving, I don't think there is total sort of absolvement as a result of the apology.
It is a case where I still don't buy the fact that they didn't know about all of this. I mean, they clearly would have known about, like you said, they have known about all the lawsuits, the threat of the lawsuits, and everything. So they found their scapegoat, I guess. I'm not in DAC world. I'm not in the Speaker world, so I don't really care too much about lawsuits. To me, it just seems like they're just backpedaling, and they just needed to find a way out.
Yep.
And they found their way out. I guess by firing they didn't explicitly say who they fired. So even
that was
then,
my point.
Yeah. So even then, when you told me, like, it could just very well be the fact that they fired a random employee and not this John guy. So
Yeah, the reason for that I do want to note is slightly less ominous, and it's just that there was some personal harassment of John, which you can understand why people's tempers ran hot on that one. But again, really, we should not internet mob people, and
Yeah.
that's what David was. David was quite concerned about that, and so he did not want to name anyone specifically.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it extends.
okay,
I mean,
so-
that extends to. I mean, there's CanGem right now, and I can only imagine that. You know, I hope that the employees aren't going through stuff that they have nothing to do with. You know.
Yeah,
I
and,
mean, even
and the other
people
thing
without
is,
something to do with it, like things shouldn't be resolved by hate.
Yeah,
mail.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Crin.
Yeah.
yeah, so that's in. I mean, in the apology slash redaction of everything, they kind of tried to call themselves like a very small company, very small company. And to me, it's like, man, I've seen you at CanGem. You're not small. They booked out rooms. They booked out floors. They're not small.
Mhm.
So I don't know. This whole thing just reeks of corporate speak, and I don't like it.
But-
we
Yep.
can put it behind us. I don't mind putting it behind us, but I'm just saying I don't buy it.
Yeah, I think that is probably a common reaction with folks who maybe came across the or have gone through the whole thing essentially, because ultimately, if I think about this, what was the goal from all of this? It was to try and take the video down. It was to try and make it so that bad press didn't exist about their thing. And my point on all of this is that, like, that's just one example, right? Like that I don't know if you've encountered it, Crin, but like that kind of thing happens all the time where someone just doesn't want whatever you have to say about a thing to exist online, and they'll go through.
That happens to us.
It happens to us all the time, yeah. So
I actually, interestingly enough, in my 8 years of reviewing, the closest I've gotten to a legal threat, was during the whole KZ debacle.
oh yeah,
Like that was the
Right.
closest. Nothing else was ever like, I never was really afraid of being litigated. But I guess that's also because the IEM world because it's so dominated by the Chinese that it's just so hard for them to litigate overseas. Whereas it seems like all the litigation that happens in the headphones and speakers and source world are all from the Western brands. So I think that's just like the difference. Where it's like, the
Now-
Chinese are just not going to sue.
Now
I'm not
that-
saying that they won't, or maybe they might, but the closest I got was KZ.
Did you ever have like other examples of like manufacturers reaching out and trying, or I'm thinking of like not litigation, but like just trying to influence,
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
They'll be like, hey, like, okay, so most of the time when they send me a sample, and some of the more enthusiastic brands would be like, hey, what do you think about it? And I would give them sometimes a brutally honest thought where it's like, hey, this is kind of not great. I don't even want to review this because it's like blah blah blah. And just give them, and then be like, oh, but it might be because of you are not using the right music. You're not using the right source. Is
Not
it
using the right
broken?
You don't
Is it
have
broken?
rhodium-
rhodium-plated
track.
cables. How can
Yeah.
you review without rhodium-plated cables,
Yeah.
Crin?
There's one point. There's one I'm not going to name the IEM, but there was one IEM where I said like, hey, I don't like this. I said, then the immediate response was like, is it broken? We'll send you a new one. And I'm like, no, it's fine. I measured it. I'm the measurer. I have the squiggly lines. It looks fine. And they'll be like, no, it's fine. We'll send you a new one. I'm like, okay. Sent the new one, and it's the exact same. And I was like, nope, this is exactly the same. And they were like, is your measuring equipment broken? And I'm like, okay, you're pushing your luck here, but no, I still don't like it. I'm not going to review it, not because it's terrible, because I literally cannot say anything good or bad about it, which is probably the worst thing that I can say about a product, where it's like, it's so not anything that me writing a review or making a review about it would make everyone sleep.
It's
So, no,
unremarkable.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to talk about it. And then they're like, no, it's actually really good. And then the whole like circle just continues. And that happens with a lot of manufacturers, where just like send me an early unit, ask me for my opinion, and then they'll just push and push and push in hopes of trying to make me, like it more for some reason. And it just gets me more annoyed. Where like, you know what, this is not great. Can you like stop? Just release it. Let other people review it. Because I'm clearly not. Right.
Did either of you guys get situations where you had a video up and a manufacturer was trying to basically get that taken down apart from threats of litigation, right? You're just saying like,
Well,
hey,
I mean,
this
I
is
think
wrong.
we should just briefly, just for the few people who missed it, that did happen with Erin and Tecton, where
Yes,
they did
yes.
actively threaten him to pull down a video, which wasn't even negative, as he said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
that
strange.
video probably actually would have helped them.
I thought you went too
Yeah.
soft on the Troubadour, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean it was okay. It was $1,000 a pair. It was at least a decent speaker. It looked. I like the finish. You know, to me, you were probably paying as much for the finish as you were for the sound quality, which, you know, the sound quality was worse than the finish was if we're ranking those on an even scale, right? But overall, for $1,000 a pair, I thought it was a good speaker. And that's kind of where I left my review at. I think the only thing that was an issue was I called out a resonance, which is a box resonance. And
But it was fairly
the
minor, right?
manufacturer sent me an email. Sorry.
It was fairly minor, right? It wasn't like a major.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of typical, you know, like most speakers in that price range are going to have resonances because they're not extremely well braced or any of the number of reasons that cause enclosure type resonances. And it could have even been a driver just perpetuating that into a location in the enclosure itself. But regardless of what it was, I just made a little note of it. I think, and I don't even recall saying much about it. And man, it was just a snowball effect. The dude was like, "You didn't use the feet that came with it." Yeah, you're absolutely right. I didn't realize. My bad. They were through holes at the bottom of the enclosure, right? Like most screw-in feet, they're not through holes. That's the first speaker I've ever measured or seen myself that were complete through holes in the bottom of it. So I was like, okay, well, I'll stuff the ports, or not stuff the ports. I'll stuff it up. I remeasured it that morning. I sent him over preliminary results, and he's like, "Nope, we're gonna have to go to litigation or something." I don't even remember the details of it now. I wound up getting the feet
Right to
in, doing it
100.
with the feet, and it was, oh man, it was just, I don't even know. I can't even. I'm hesitant to say too much because if I get it wrong, he may be watching and just be ready to pounce. But
Yeah.
basically, when I remeasured it with the feet correctly, I had the same result. And then what I found when I was trying to, like, I was actually just moving the speakers around, and I think I'd turned it upside down and set it on top of a table because it wouldn't rest properly with the feet on that same table. Anyway, I realized that the top of the enclosure was causing that resonance because when it was constricted by something that it's sitting on top of, like flipped upside down and sitting on top of it, the resonance went away. It went away or it shifted in frequency. And I was like, well, there's your issue. But I got a couple of emails from him after that. I wound up getting a lawyer through Audio Science Review. Amir had helped me with that. So thanks to Amir. Thanks to everybody in the community. And I hope that that's a done deal and I never have to hear from that guy again. Any emails from him will be sent straight to the lawyer at this point. And the one thing I'll mention, in case anybody's curious, I've had some people say, well, why won't you review any more Tecton stuff? And I have a few reasons. One is, let's say I get a product in from Tecton. That's great. Cool. I'm going to do a great review for it. But let's say it kind of sucks. Am I going to have to go through this again? And is it going to be tainted by my previous review and there's going to be further threats of litigation because of what's happened in the past? I don't want to have to deal with that. Secondly, just
baggage.
because of the actions of the owner, I don't want to give them any more light.
Mhm.
You know, that whole no press is bad press thing. I'm cool with that. So let's just do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with Crin abstaining from reviewing KZ. Like, even if they make the best product in the world, like
They don't.
Yeah,
for
totally his
clarity.
decision to not shine any light on it. They won't. Yeah.
By the way, a good call out from Erin, but I just wanted to echo that. Amir was also helpful in the defense of Cameron, and I'd like to say we have differences with him here, but we really appreciated him on that one, and it was really a nice moment for the whole community to come together and say, we all stand together on this.
Yeah.
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 This is
Bullying is not cool.
I wanted to, I don't know when we want to do this, but I did want to mention that there are positive examples where manufacturers take the criticism and take the feedback, and I wanted to call out some of them. But I just thinking of like the ways that manufacturers behave in reaction to negative sentiment.
I kind of wanted to talk about the ways that people respond to negative sentiment by saying, actually, you shouldn't be negative about manufacturers.
Wait, what?
So manufacturers, depending on how they, in the case of Tecton, in the case of DCS, when the manufacturer or a representative of the manufacturer reacts the way they do, then I'm cool with being negative toward a manufacturer. Otherwise,
I
don't
agree.
think you should be negative toward a manufacturer. If a product sucks, then it's the product that sucks. It's
Yeah,
not, 'cause
that's
some companies make bad stuff and they make good stuff.
Yeah.
The specific post I'm subtweeting here is a reviewer who said that basically you do not need to do negative reviews in order to
That's
have valid positive
that's the
reviews.
Darko thing. Yeah.
Yes, and essentially implied that you shouldn't really do negative reviews, given that he doesn't.
So the other, I mean, related to this is situations where basically, like, there are all kinds of relationships that can kind of get weird with all this kind of stuff. I don't know if you want to talk about the Darko stuff now, but like, there are situations where, say a reviewer has a relationship with a particular manufacturer, right? That might also be potentially a bit dubious. But yeah, actually, do you want to talk about that now, or do you want to talk about the Darko post?
I mean, is everyone in chat familiar with the Darko Post? Erin, are you familiar with the Darko Post?
Yeah, he's seen it.
Okay.
I believe.
I mean, you could share your screen. Show it to the world.
I can't. I have to pull it up here and put it on OBS. Okay, fine. Let's talk about the Darko Post now. We can always come back. We can always come back to the concept of. I was gonna just shout out, like, you know, some of the other examples where this has been more of a beacon of positivity is like how Sennheiser reacts to critical content, for example. It seems that they are much more just like, oh, cool, okay, you know, this is feedback, we'll take it to the engineers, you know, or like. Actually, this relates to Crin a little bit. Meze I'm not sure what your conversations with Meze have been, but when we've been critical of Meze, of Meze's products, when we would go and actually, like, you know, see them at shows, they would tell us, oh yeah, you know, we appreciate your feedback. You know, you guys do, you know, good work on the evaluative side. We'd never have expected that kind of reaction, that they would have seen it, would have engaged with it, and would have taken it as constructive. And I know you were critical of them as well. So
yeah, the year that I made the Meze is Gooden's video, I actually met up with Meze in New York. I think this was like in 2022, potentially. And I had a chat, and I'm sorry I forgot your name. The guy who's the chief engineer, or possibly a CEO. And then we're just talking about, like, yes, Antonio.
That's the CEO.
And then we just like talked, and then you know, talked about the video, what we agreed, disagreed on, and then, you know, the stuff that I said, why I said those things, and they seemed receptive. Genuinely, we had a good conversation, and okay, so the new IEM came out. Everyone was raving about it, right? The Meze Alba, is that correct? And
yeah,
fairly positive reception, I would say.
Yeah, but the thing is, I didn't know of its existence at all. Like, apparently everyone I knew had a set like 4 months in advance, and then even at launch, no, like I was the first to know of the Alba at launch, and then I felt like,
that's just because you didn't go to high end.
Yeah, am I blacklisted from Meze? Like, what? Okay, no, but for me, it's like no one. Also, okay, a lot of people have been asking about the Alba. I will get an Alba. But here's the thing: whatever I've said right now is just genuinely been like, okay, me and Meze seem to be okay, but with the newest launch of their new IEM, seems like they've gone radio silent on me. Not that I care. I'll still, you know, listen to it, and if it's good enough, I'll put it on my store, because money, right? But beyond that, as a reviewer, yeah, so you can see where my priorities now shift. It's like I don't review for like to be impartial anymore. For me, it's like, if it's a good product, I want it on my store. But if it's not a good product, then I'm just not going to care about it anymore.
So it's interesting because it is much more. It is Harman-like in the sense that it has that kind of ear gain, but it also has a little bit of that sort of U shape, kind of like upper treble-y stuff that Meze
It
seems to like.
looks like a good DD. I've been on Squiggly Lines. I haven't heard it. But it looks like a good like, like the Touch Gym Oxygen.
Yeah.
That kind of tuning. So to me, it's like, well, yeah, it looks good. I have no criticism on it on the Squiggly Line point. Yeah.
It has too much. I want to say like 5 to 6 kilohertz for me, as is tradition with that kind of tuning. But I mean, I apart from that, it seemed reasonable, and maybe too much upper treble. Definitely too much upper treble for our good friend Professor Warmpoo over there. But actually, I mean, you bring up something interesting as well. That like there are examples where reviewers get blacklisted from, or just like prevented from getting products. On the one hand, like I think that there's an issue there. I mean, this is something that Hobby Talk raised. He made a point about this, and shout outs to Hobby Talk. But when manufacturers consider reviewers, let's say riskier, like some reviewers are very much approved. This is sort of what I was talking about earlier about like, I don't know if there's like specific relationships there, but like some reviewers are like in the approved list because they can feel a little bit more confident about the sentiment that's going to be expressed. And in other cases, a reviewer might be considered more risky or like, more likely to say critical things. And so they don't get the products, or even if they do, it's considerably after, the launch of things. And I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are on that, but like I'm of two minds on this, because on the one hand, like that is kind of like shitty practice. On the other hand, I don't expect manufacturers to send me products. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like I don't feel like they're under any obligation to send me anything, So yeah, I mean, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think
it says a lot. Oh, go ahead.
I believe things should always be in a gray area. I don't believe in like pure black and white. So I think blacklists are ripe for abuse. They're absolutely ripe for abuse, and it's very difficult to create a blacklist that is neutral and doing its job properly. That's why. And the job that it should be doing is that a manufacturer should absolutely have the right to not send a unit that they know will get a bad review from a specific influencer or reviewer. Sometimes it may be because, okay, we have made a base light product, but this reviewer loves bassy things. So they're obviously not going to rate it very well. And I think in these kinds of contexts, it's like, yeah, you know what? If they really know that it's not to the reviewer's taste, sure, like that's a blacklist it's not really a blacklist, it's more like product specific blacklist.
That's like a gray list.
Any
It's more
product
like
that
just
has
knowing who you're sending it to.
any product that has
it's
treble
it's the same reason why when
listing.
Campfire Audio doesn't send me anything, I don't hold a grudge, because they know that I'm not gonna like it. So at that point, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, don't send it to me, because we all know what's gonna happen. And not because I don't like Campfire, because I don't like the tuning that they have.
Well, but do they even have like a? I always thought that for that stuff, it was just to throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks, right?
Well, nowadays they're going very bassy.
Are they?
Like a lot of bass.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a lot of lower mid bass. And of course, anyone who knows me would be like, I all my collabs have no mid bass whatsoever. So clearly, it's not my taste. But of course, again, it's ripe for abuse. And then you get points where just like, okay, this guy has been pointing out flaws in our products, not necessarily flaws that are due to taste, but maybe just like actual product flaws that may compromise on the performance of the product. And therefore, because of this reviewer, we don't want him pointing out all these flaws, and therefore we'll blacklist.
Sure.
So of course, like, at that point, yes. At that point, it's definitely out of way out of line. Don't do it.
Yeah. The one I'm thinking of though is like, this reviewer does measurements, therefore we're not going to send our product. because that
which I feel
absolutely happens.
like falls in the latter category,
Yeah.
where it's like he's like the measurements are going to show off a flaw in our product. We don't want that, and therefore we're not going to send it to anyone who does measurements. Which, of course, if we're going back to the campfire audio analogy, that's what he did for quite a while, and maybe still up to today, where all the people that they send review units to coincidentally do not do measurements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it says a lot about a brand, especially when it comes to people like you, Crin, or Andrew here, who have a lot of times better equipment than the manufacturers themselves. Like, they clearly do not want to improve their product or see any flaws that could lead to any new information.
Sometimes it's just due to the philosophy of how they like to tune stuff. You know, there's a lot of times where they say like, we don't tune with graphs, we tune by ear, which is a big red flag by itself. But that's their
It is.
philosophy, and therefore they blacklist according to that philosophy. Whereas like, we don't want reviewers who use graphs to review our equipment, because our equipment is only meant for ears, which is
It just limits their market, in my opinion. Like, I feel like when you're someone who does take measurements seriously, at least not tuning precisely to them, but has them as part of the process, it just means you can appeal to a wider audience, because there are people who care a lot about that.
The one that I'm thinking of, though, with this, it would be uniquely focused on high end, like ultra expensive, and saying what we're doing is so far beyond the typical Harman evaluations that we see from, graph sniffers, right? Like that. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but that's the one that I've seen several times from manufacturers, where it's like, what we're doing is so much more advanced that it's not applicable to this kind of evaluation, which is a dubious claim to me. But
we'll probably have to talk about that a little later on the show, actually. But yes, I've seen that too.
Erin, any thoughts on the on just like the blacklisting based on the? I mean, you're one of the few speaker reviewers who does measurements, right?
I've never been told explicitly that I've been blacklisted, but I've gotten the feeling from a few before, and I don't even know if it's brands. There's one distributor who has a bunch of brands that, in general, I've just not given high remarks to or high regards to, and I feel like they probably blacklisted me. But there's been other brands too that I've reached out directly, and I'm just like, all communications just stopped for some reason. They would say, reach out to me. Like this one particular brand I won't mention said, give us a shout at the beginning of the year when we start our process up again. Like I guess maybe you guys have run into that, where a lot of manufacturers will have certain loaners for the year, and they'll say, hey, we've got these and they're already out, but let us know at the beginning of the year, whatever new we have, we'll put you on the list for it, right? So I contacted them twice in January and nothing. No replies back. So I've run into it, but like I said, not explicitly.
Right.
Just ghosting. A lot of ghosting going on. That's it.
I mean, it feels like, in a way, the speaker world is very much like, especially in the high end of that, there's sort of more of that sort of like old school mentality of like, well, measurements, that's not something that we want to be associated with.
There's a lot of them that are coming around, and even some of the newer ones, I'd say it's probably 50-50 if I had to guess, as far as do they lean objectively or do they lean completely non-objectively. So it's kind of half and half. But I will say that the one thing that I've said in my videos before is that if a manufacturer doesn't want to send me something, if the audience really wants to see it, I'll find a way to get it reviewed.
Right.
And it would behoove them, not because they get any preferential treatment per se, but it would look better if they were the ones that were willing to send it. Because at the beginning of my videos, I say, this came from this place, right? Like I got it on loan, or I purchased it myself, or a viewer sent it to me, or something like that. But I always say, and I know that people who watch my videos appreciate when manufacturers are willing to step up and send something my way, even if it may not turn out too well. And that's the other thing too, is that I'd be curious to know what your guys' thoughts are, but it may be a separate video. But I don't let manufacturers know what I'm going to say. I make the video, I drop it, send them a link. Here you go. I'm done. Send me some labels, and I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, the only scenario where I think we do that is if we get a really weird result and we're like, hey, is this right?
Yeah.
Like, like
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if I've run into that before. Now I will say that there's a couple startup manufacturers who don't have product out there, so the thing that they send me isn't being sent out into the world.
Yeah.
And I get it, and I listen to it, and I'm like, ooh, and then I measure it, and I'm like, ooh, and then I just tell them like, you don't want me to review this, and here's my 2 cents on what you might want to work on. And some people say that that's using me, but I don't feel like their intent is that. I don't think they're risking their neck for a potential review that may be terrible, because that's what I tell them. Like, hey, I'm going to review it, and you're not going to get any insight. It's going to go. So are you sure you want to do this? And then sometimes I just feel so bad for them. I'm just like, no, start over. Trust me.
There are times when I think we've let a manufacturer know, hey, like we have a just so that they're not blindsided by some sort of commentary, right? To say, hey, like we found this to be the case in this product, and it's not great, or something along those lines, and we let them know, just so that they're not like out of the blue, right? But I don't have any issues with, like, to me the bigger issue is if the manufacturer had some sort of influence on the sentiment of the piece,
Yeah.
And that's where I would sort of draw the line.
Yeah, for sure. For me, the biggest thing is just transparency. As a reviewer, like, I don't care anymore if you do affiliate links. I started doing them. I don't care if a manufacturer sends you a product to review it and they pay you basically for your ad time. I haven't done that, but I don't care as long as you tell me. If you tell me, but if there's any way that I suspect that something fishy is going on, all trust is off. And as a reviewer, that's pretty much all we've got to hang our hat on is our integrity and our trust. So once we lose that from an audience member, we're not any better than the other guys who are just shilling product left and right.
Yep. By the way, Crinacle, you're not allowed to review USB cables because you have a USB cable in the market. So you're clearly biased.
Boom. Done.
Oh no! Wait, do I? Since when have I sold USB cables?
A USB-C Dusk default DSP. No, I'm
No, those
just
are dongles. Those are dongles. They're distinctly different.
Fair.
By the way, I just wanted to say, Erin, thank you for standing behind affiliate links. I still think they're one of the least conflict of interesty ways for people to monetize reviews, because, like, if someone's watching reviews of products, they're gonna buy something.
I have a
they're gonna buy it.
We can fight about this, because I think Crinacle also has a perspective on it.
I would fight on this as well, yeah.
So
oh, hell yeah.
But
I've seen Crinicle's video about it, and I was like, nope, disagree.
So
disagree.
But
Sure.
I have a
Let's talk about
line on this that maybe that might sort of clarify this, but which is that affiliate links are not actually bad in principle, but they are regularly misused in practice. And you don't know necessarily, the audience doesn't necessarily know upon watching the video whether or not it's going to be misused.
So how do you mean?
Because there are examples when affiliate links are totally innocuous, right? So, like, not everybody is going. You can use affiliate links the way Crin has recommended about products that have nothing to do with what it is that you're covering. So that's number one. But B, even if it is related to the products that you're covering, there are all kinds of examples where people don't capitulate to that incentive structure. But the thing is, when you're as a viewer, you don't necessarily know that that's true unless you've watched, unless they've demonstrated a pattern of trustworthiness over time. So I'm thinking
there's nothing wrong with having an affiliate link to something you're reviewing, because the thing at the end of the day is an affiliate link, at least an Amazon one, at least if it still works the way it used to, it just gives you a tracking cookie.
So yeah, so it used to be, and again, I agree. I don't know if this is still the way that it functions, but it used to be that it would be not just the product that you are linking, but also like other things that they would add to the cart you would get.
Yeah, it's just basically saying if your redirect gives them sales, you get a cut.
But there are examples of, hey, there's a financial benefit to me if you buy this product, and that is a core piece of the affiliate link. Especially like Amazon ones are actually almost more innocuous in that sense, because there's so many other things that people could be buying.
Okay, so you're thinking more about like if someone had like a Moon Audio affiliate code or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I see that so infrequently that whenever I talk about affiliate links, I basically mean Amazon. I don't know about
mass
Aaron.
drop, right? Like,
Well, I mass drop, but I mean, pretty much the same principle there, right? I don't think it works exactly the same way, but you're not good. Like, mass drop doesn't have enough products to justify risking your reputation shilling a couple of mass drop products.
Let's briefly steelman the concept of affiliate links and say Amazon. Is that
Yeah.
okay? So Crinacle, what's the counter argument here?
I want to hear Erin's side first before I move, because I
Sure.
already put out the reasons why I don't like affiliate links. So I would like to hear the other side of the argument first.
Yeah, that's fair. I think for me, it's pretty simple. Like what I do in my videos is I sometimes, in every one of my descriptions for my videos, I'll have a list of generic affiliate links. And I say, it doesn't matter what you buy, that helps me out. And I've seen people buy some wild stuff, you know, like I'm just like, okay, all right, cool. But you don't know who
Wait,
buys
it tells
so
you what they buy?
well, it won't. It doesn't tell me who bought what, but it'll show a list, you know. So
Oh
if
my
if you
God.
use them, yeah, if you use them, then you have an idea of like, hey, people are really interested in this, so you can, you know, you could push that harder if you were trying to be like an influencer and doing influencer
Right.
marketing. That's why they show you those metrics. But in
So
my videos, I basically just say I've got a list of generic affiliate links. If you use those, it helps me out. And if I do link the specific thing, I'll say, and I'm also linking this thing, but it doesn't matter if you buy it there or if you buy something else. My thing is just transparency, right? I used to really hate them, but as I went along, I just felt like as long as people know where they're going, what they're clicking, then they can make the conscious decision like, yeah, I'm interested in this thing. I'm going to buy it through this link, or I'm interested in this thing, but I hate Aaron. He's a douchebag. I'm going to Google it and buy it that way. Right. Like, that's fine. Well, I do care. I wouldn't want you to think I'm a douchebag, but I get it.
So
I can be a douchebag.
you are not somebody who I think people are going to, given what your content is, right? Like, and the way you go
Right.
about
And I have
reviewing it.
objective data too.
Yeah,
You know,
so
like that
it's
to me,
huge.
that helps.
Yeah.
Right.
The
But
content of the review matters a
Yeah,
lot.
yeah, and if you're not,
I think if you're not marking it right, like if you're just like dropping a list of links and you're not saying I get affiliate money from these things or this is going to take you to here or whatever, then it's misleading and it's also against the law, right? That's the other thing is it's actually against the law.
Yeah.
But conversely, like so with Crinacle, the thing that I think we disagree on is we flip flop, right? So I don't do partnerships, I don't do collaborations because to me those are the things that I want to avoid. But again, it's all about transparency. Like I don't look at Crinacle and think, oh, he does collaboration, so I'm not going to follow that link. I'm just thinking, cool, he told me. Now I get to decide as the viewer, and I'm good. That's where I get off the bus.
Yeah.
it's funny because I would consider both of you guys, based on your content, to be some of the most trustworthy as far as the editorial content that you guys have put out. You know, in the respective spaces. It's true though. I mean, like, to me, I mean, we had this conversation a while ago, but like, I don't care that. I mean, obviously now Crinacle is a store, so it's different. But like back when he was a reviewer, right? It didn't bother me that you had. I didn't ever think, yeah, you're going to be like pulling punches because of whatever, right? Like, or you're going to be, you're just not covering your own stuff, right? And yeah, same thing with Aaron. Like, I don't care. Like, to me, I don't think, oh, he's going to gloss over the negatives because he has affiliate links. You know,
Yeah, you can't do that when you have objective data because people who watch you are going to hold you
that's
accountable to it.
my perspective.
Yeah,
honestly.
they're going to say, "Yo, you can't do that. You totally ignoring this other thing."
Yeah.
I'm like, crap.
Yeah.
Can't
Here's
do
my
that.
case for affiliate links over collaborations, right? Is that with an affiliate link, Aaron, like, let's say Aaron reviews a new fucking Presonus and it's a piece of shit because it's
Yeah,
just not
and they usually
Because
are.
it's a persona.
yeah, they usually are. But you can put in the like, you can literally say, you should buy this instead. And you can literally just have an affiliate link to both in the comments and say, yep, I have an affiliate link. You can buy either one. One of them's shit. You should buy the good one. The only time it becomes a problem is if there's a good thing that doesn't have an affiliate link and a bad thing that has an affiliate link. And even then, as long as you're just direct with people.
But what about? Hold
I'm
on,
not
hold
saying
on.
I endorse this.
What about
literally
just a bad thing that has an affiliate link without the good thing?
There's nothing wrong with that. If people want to buy a bad thing, that's just them being stupid.
Yeah.
As long as you say this thing is bad and it sucks.
But here's the thing.
I've had that happen.
Yeah.
I've had that happen. the Clips Heresy 4 speakers. I've had 2 people buy those through an affiliate link, and I dog those things out, and I still dog those things out, and people still use the link because they like, I don't care, I want to buy it and I want to support you.
Or they're
This is how
buying
I
it
wanna do
in spite of your take on it.
Yeah. And they're using
Yeah,
the
but still
affiliate
supporting
link.
him in the process.
Yeah, and I mean that's like that is a completely honest way of doing things.
We have a
And
guy who regularly comments on our stuff saying, "Thank you for your videos. I buy everything that you hate."
I could actually. The problem with that is you get some Adavinas in there.
Yeah.
It's
I know.
rough.
It's
Actually, wait. Can we send? Do we have any easy way to send an image to Erin? Erin, are you on Discord anymore?
Yeah, I
Just,
rarely get on there.
send an email.
Alright,
You're sending the frequency
Griffin,
response?
Can you send the FR of the Adavina to Erin's email?
Oh boy. Sure,
Scary.
yeah.
The joke is that when you put the covers on these headphones, you get a free Audavina.
Now,
It's not good.
now just keep in mind that I'm not completely up to date with the preferred target curve.
You
I have a
won't need
general
to be.
idea.
You won't need to.
You don't need to be.
Okay, all right.
The
I have a general
Audavina
idea.
is really quite
Interestingly,
impressively bad.
scores reasonably well on Harman PPR.
Okay, again, the PPR model was built from a population of headphones which did not have large mid-EQ dips.
Yeah,
and
this is
peaks.
just hand waving it away.
Well, it's not hand explaining how a
Let me
statistical model
explain.
works.
Uh,
My hands
the
are
thing.
waving, but that doesn't make it hand
I'm
waving.
joking. I'm joking.
I've run into that with so I don't know how the PPR is calculated, but Sean Olive basically came up with a similar thing for a score, like a preference
Yeah.
score for
Mhm.
loudspeakers. And I've run into cases where that score is higher than you would think based off of certain metrics.
Hmm.
But when you look at everything as a whole, because loudspeakers used to be measured just frequency response on axis, right? Like directly aim the speaker toward the microphone, measure it that way, and you're done. But the research vetted out that you need a full suite of measurements on axis, off axis, around the speaker, below, behind, all that stuff to get an idea of how it's actually going to sound in your room. And you can build a preference score off of that. So I've seen the preference score be pretty high when the on axis and even the listening window is pretty bad. But then you go and look at other metrics and you're like, oh, okay, now I get it. So there's maybe 4 or 5, maybe 6 different areas that feed into this preference score. And one of them may be terrible, but a couple others may be really good as well.
Hmm.
So I don't know if the score you guys are talking about might be similar in that same vein.
I mean, there
Well,
are
it's
similar
actually quite
caveats.
similar.
Yeah.
Well, and some of the variables are the same, actually. The
Yeah.
thing is, headphones obviously do not have dimensionality, or at least
Right.
the way Sean measures them does not have dimensionality. He's just looking at a single FR, and then looking at aspects of that. In this case, it's the tilt of the FR and the overall level of deviation. And I think with IEMs, there's also a variable for like narrowband peaks. But the problem, of course, is that it was basically made on a data set of headphones that had generally smooth FRs. But you can make a broken headphone, and the Audavina is. It'd be kind of like if you fed a speaker. Imagine a speaker that just had no content at 500 hertz. It wouldn't necessarily entirely destroy its predicted score, but it would destroy the speaker, right?
Okay, yeah.
But they're just sort of an edge case.
Real AC says Aaron has the coolest background, good lighting.
That's true. He does.
Yeah,
Very true.
yeah. So
We're working hard at it.
Blaine is in shambles right now because he also worked hard on his background and lighting.
I
Dude.
did. This
Yes.
is just my fucking.
You
Hey,
have,
dude, I like your background.
Yeah, it's good. He has.
I like your lighting.
He has
Your
the,
lighting. I like
uh,
your lighting better than I like mine.
He has the DMS lighting,
I credit it entirely to Douglas Mark Stevens. He is
or as we call
He
him
told me
affectionately,
what thing-
Dongless.
we do call him Dongless at times. His own mother calls him DMS, which is weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
He only lives like 2 hours from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to send him down into you and do some content and collaborate.
Yeah, I
on some
told
stuff.
him we need to try to get together with that dummy head. I've got some ideas.
Yeah.
I'd like to do some stuff with anyway. So
That sounds
hey,
fun.
I was going to throw in Crin never got a chance
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Yes.
explain why he
The rebuttal.
hates my opinion. So
Okay, so I think as with all things, like there are ways to make affiliate links work, but there are also ways to abuse the affiliate links as well. The biggest reason was why I think that it's inherently problematic is that regardless of who you are now, when you use an affiliate link, you are incentivized to talk good points about the products. Now, you could ignore the incentive, the incentive, and that is where you make affiliate links more neutral. But that's the problem, is that you don't know who is ignoring the incentive. So the moment I see an affiliate link inside a review, uh, and let's say I don't know who the reviewer is, with no outside context, I am more inclined to believe that this reviewer is going to talk good things, or at least gloss over the more problematic points, because in doing so, he directly increases the chance that people would click on his link and buy the product that's on the link. So that is the main reason. And like I said, there are ways to skirt around this. Just like how you would say there are ways to skirt around having a collab. The way that I skirt around having a collab is that I don't talk about any of my products in other reviews. I don't link them. In any of my other reviews, my collabs do not exist. I make zero reference to that, and therefore there is no reason why someone would look at, let's say, a negative review of a product and think I should buy Crinacle's product, because I never linked them, I never mentioned them. So the only way you would think about doing that is if you know me and if you know my products and so on and so forth. You need a very deep context in order to make the leap from he talks shit about this product, I'm gonna buy his product instead. Yeah. But with the affiliate link, everything is quite direct. It's in the description. Might be that in the video you would say that if you like to support me, please click on the affiliate link down below, and whatever that you have purchased would some of the cut would go to me. That's transparency, but at the same time, again, there is still that incentive. And I need to repeat again, you can ignore the incentive to be a more neutral reviewer. The problem is in the eyes of the viewer, you cannot be sure whether or not the reviewer that is telling you this is ignoring the incentive.
Unless you watch them over time, like if they have a track record of.
Well, you could watch the video itself. Like the way I lay mine out are pros, cons, recommendations, and I started doing that because I think it's easier for my audience. I never figure out how I was going to do my videos. Like everybody else has a theme or has like a set. Like this is how I present my videos, and I've finally just figured out like what works for me. So you can watch my video and be like, oh, well, there's this list of cons. Now you could say that you could gloss over them for sure. The problem with that, and this is kind of getting a little bit off topic, but I 100% hear you, man. So I think I maybe would agree to disagree with you, but I completely hear your point. And I think it's completely valid. The problem with doing at least speaker reviews is that some people could accuse me of glossing over positives or negatives because there's so much to talk about, right? Like they present sound into a room and those reflections matter. And then this positioning and this aiming and this location and all these little things. Should you use the grill or should you not use the grill? And just they all factor in. And we're trying to boil these things down into 15 or 20-minute videos because anything longer than that, people won't watch. So sometimes I absolutely not gloss over things, but sometimes I just flat out forget stuff. And I'll remember it like 2 days later. I'm like, oh man, I forgot to mention that. And somebody might ask me about it, or maybe somebody won't. But you know, it's hard to present everything you want to present when you're talking about a product that is always going to be flawed in some way, and you have to present pros and the cons and your recommendation on how to use it.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I actually have a take on this as well, and I actually disagree with Crin.
Okay, before you do that though, the one thing I just want to raise with the affiliate link thing is that part of the criticism I have to imagine, and Crin, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but is the PTSD from this being kind of common practice in YouTube reviews in all other industries, right? Like YouTube reviews in general, the norm is to use affiliate links, and oftentimes is to gloss over the negatives because that's the incentive structure that works for those people.
So my main issue with affiliate links is, again, not the fact that if you use it you are trustworthy or not trustworthy. It's that it's ripe for abuse.
Yeah,
it is
but so
something where
happens.
So it's always a thing where it's, yes, you can avoid all of these negative pointers whenever you use affiliate links. But at the same time, it's also very easy to ignore all of the things that you have to do to skirt around all of these things that makes you neutral. So you could be just like every other tech tuber that just glosses over the negative points because they want more people clicking on the affiliate links. Not saying that everyone who uses affiliate links are like this, but it is ripe for abuse.
I hear you.
I think you're wrong. So
I think he's right.
I'm gonna,
for the record,
I know
I think
you're
Blaine.
wrong
I think
too.
Blaine. I think you're wrong.
I understand.
I disagree with all of you.
Proceed.
I mean,
Fight Club.
disagreeing with everyone is
Hold on.
one of my major roles on this show.
There we go.
The
now
other
our,
one is
now our
selling
branding
things.
is correct.
But no, I think that this is actually one where Fight Club. So no, I think this is one where people have a bad model of how people make consumer decisions. Like when we're talking about them as reviewers, I have never in my life been moved on whether I was going to buy something by a review. What I've been moved on is which thing I buy. But if a reviewer has reviewed two products, which I'm choosing between, and has affiliate links on both, they have no incentive to hype one over the other. The only time that you actually have an incentive to do that is if you have a very small pool of reviews, so you need people to click through that small pool, or like you believe that someone's going to click on your video for one product but on a different video for another one. But in practice, given the actual cost to your credibility about being consistently positive, I actually think that having affiliate links and being consistently negative may be one of the most revenue optimal ways you can run an audio review channel.
Yeah, but
Like that was
people
always my
don't do
fallback.
that. Like I don't.
Well, they don't.
Yeah,
I think
no
that
one
they're
does
stupid.
that.
I think that that's because they're stupid and they actually have.
Yeah.
They misunderstand their own revenue
So
model.
you
Like,
agree-
I think that the marginal person.
You agree with
thinks
me
that
then?
they are. Well, I think that the average reviewer who is doing the like. Let's talk about the people who do puff pieces where everything is positive, everything's an affiliate link.
Yeah.
I think they think that makes them more money, and I think it actually doesn't. I think it actually makes them less money than being straight across the bow accurate and having the same amount of affiliate links, because it burns their credibility like crazy. And the people who do that, the growth arcs of their channels just inevitably dead end.
Yeah. So you agree with me that affiliate links are fine in principle, but not well used in practice, just for different reasons, for the economics of it.
Yes, my argument is basically reviewers are trying to be malicious with them in many cases, but they are actively failing.
Yeah.
First, and they would be better served by just being honest with people like Erin does and saying, here's an affiliate link.
So-
if you buy anything through this, I benefit.
Yeah.
And then just doing good reviews
that
that attract
includes
lots of eyes.
New underwear. Yeah.
Exactly.
But the reality is that people aren't
Literally.
doing it like that. That's the problem. And like if you look
Yeah.
at the
That's not a problem with affiliate links. That's a problem with them being stupid.
Yes, okay. But that also has created the norm around affiliate links and the fact that people are basically, using this as revenue farms and glossing over the negatives, to Chronicle's point. And if you think about those, I mean, you might be in the minority here as far as like the way that you go about engaging with content as far as your purchases are concerned. But I'm thinking of like the channels that are actually fairly large that basically just say the next thing that they are covering is the best thing ever, and that they have affiliate links for it, and that exists in our space.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
it's like there's multiple I can think
Yes,
of.
it is a large part of our space.
Yeah.
To be
And
clear,
so it's
I'm
like
not saying
very
that the
annoying.
marginal user of affiliate links is a good I think that the average channel that uses
Wait. So you're arguing of the effectiveness. We're arguing about the ethics.
The
of
ethics.
all this. It's a very different
I'm arguing
argument about
that
this.
these people have bad ethics because they don't understand the effects of the thing that they're using.
Yeah, so
It's
for
like they're
Blaine,
trying to
for
scam
Blaine,
people.
that is a distinction without a difference. And our bingo card got another.
No, but I think this is important because I think, like, let's say that you're a reviewer who reviews everything in a product space, like, and I know that some people here have some animus against it, but like Olaf's Gadgets, right? I don't think that he shills things to get more sell through because he reviews every goddamn weird little Bluetooth speaker or cheap earphone, and it doesn't benefit him to shill one in particular. Because if you are Googling $100 Bluetooth speaker, you're probably going to end up at him or ratings.
Except for
Same thing for
Earphone
ratings.
Free Pro.
Well, yeah, but that's a collab product.
Yeah.
Which is, if anything, so. But no, but for someone who does that, the people who are coming there, people say, I have X budget, I want to buy product class. If you are doing reviews that are fairly comprehensive, and that are just like that cover a lot of the products in a space where people would be buying, you don't have any incentive to juice anyone in particular because people will probably click through one of them, assuming you can get to channel scale. And the biggest thing you can do to fuck your ability to get to channel scale is to be dishonest.
Yeah, I mean, so I actually don't know how much that's true because people, I don't know if you guys have encountered this, but like people want the review to be positive. Like the audience is kind of hoping that that whatever you're covering is like going to be good, so that because they're like interested in buying it and they're like, oh, I want.
Yeah, I mean, purchase
hopeful,
validation.
or they already own it.
Or they already own it. Yeah, like there's a hope that not even a hope. There's like an anticipation of positivity, right? Like in a sense, and among the audience, and so there is a sense in which even, I mean, this isn't applicable to necessarily all channels, but I've seen it where the channels grow as a function of their positivity around products. And you know,
I can think of counterexamples to that.
I can as well, right? But I mean, even if you look at like the larger tech tuber space, right? Steve versus LTT. I mean, LTT's has a totally different model, generally much larger, right? They are much more successful, I would say, from a audience viewership growth standpoint. But Steve has kind of built his brand around more critical content, let's say.
Who's Steve?
I think his name is Steve, right?
Game Nexus, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whereas I think LTT's built their brand more around positive. This is like very like generalizing, but
I think that's a mixed one. I think some of the best performing LTT videos have been negative. Or
I would
have
actually agree.
been,
I would
not
agree. Yeah,
company
but that's
positive. I
because
think
it's
that
the exception that proves the rule.
Well, I think that people just want blood.
Yeah,
Sometimes they do.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but then, you know, you run into cases where you'll review something poorly that people already own, and they'll
Yes.
react very negatively. So,
That is sort
you
of
know,
the exception, I think.
Yeah,
That's kind of my favorite.
Happens all the time.
I haven't figured out the best way. I think that's why the guys who are overly positive about everything do so well, is because people are like, oh, I want to hear this guy say great things about something I already own, or you know, something I'm planning on buying. But I do think, to Blaine's point, that I've seen this with two particular channels that I could think of where they just took off, and they're still doing well. But what I see in conversation, or what I hear in conversation, and what I see like online, is that people are saying, oh man, this dude's a shill. And their views are still doing well because their channel's already maintained or sustained itself, you know, or established itself. So we're
Yeah, but the trajectory is no longer up and up.
yeah, but the respect for their channel has gone down, and it's lame. But I would rather have the respect and a smaller, slower, steady growing channel than blow up and get a lot of views.
Is this
off of
like-
me.
That's not lame at all.
Is this like unbox therapy?
I mean, that's basically the philosophy behind headphones.com. Like, that's why they're paying three of us to sit here, is because they want to invest in like the slow, lame, getting respect thing.
Well, I do think that they would prefer a faster growth trajectory, but it is true. They care more about.
I mean, not at the expense of.
Not at the expense of, yeah.
Yeah, no, Andrew Lissamore has been really direct about the fact that they would much rather not, like, they don't want to churn trustworthiness for growth.
Yeah, it's never about spending trust for anything really.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've done Fight Club. Maybe it'll come back.
We didn't really do the Darko Post.
No, we should.
There was a second Darko post, sir. A second Darko post has hit Instagram.
Oh yeah. I mean, okay.
No.
Okay. I should
It's
just.
arguably even better. But
We'll get there. I should preface this. Oh, we've lost Crinacle.
yeah, Crin has
He
to.
needs to pee.
Yeah.
Okay. Understandable. I'm just holding it.
I'm a
So-
real man.
I just have the RGB gamer catheter.
There you go.
Oh my god.
What do you think this is?
Jesus.
Oh my god.
God. Amazing. So I wanted to just note that I already had a video in mind that was kind of related to the whole DCS situation. So I should back up.
Yes.
I worked on that video a little bit, right? It was primarily Cameron, but I worked on some of
The
the
one
stuff.
that we put out that started with Andrew.
Yeah. And there were things in that didn't make the cut that I felt were important to still talk about. they weren't as relevant to that particular instance. They were just more kind of related to the larger topic at hand. Yeah. And I felt that it was important to kind of like raise some of those issues and talk about them, including things like maybe the explanations for why manufacturers behave this way sometimes. And then also that, you know, the reviewers have a responsibility to, like, you know, for what they put out into the world, right? They have a responsibility to tell the truth and all that kind of stuff, right? So I already had that in mind, but I was unsure if I was even going to make a video or post anything, because I thought, maybe I'll do it, maybe I won't, if you know, because I have other things to do, basically. And but then I saw that post and I thought, no, I have to. So that's really why, like, that post was really the catalyst for a response that was intended to address kind of a larger topic. And I just thought, well, you know, I was just motivated, I guess, because of it. The other thing I wanted to mention on it is that, like, I'm not that familiar with his content. I think maybe you guys are maybe more familiar, Blaine and Griffin. I haven't seen that much of it. The videos that I have seen have been entertaining, like the audiophile plants one I thought was quite hilarious. The Stephen Wilson interview I'm mad about, because I wish that I could have interviewed him, but it was a good interview. So it wasn't necessarily to dunk on his content, although maybe there is maybe that's the silver lining, you know, maybe if there is one.
Yeah, I mean, so when it comes to familiarity with his content, I'm mostly familiar with the memes.
Yeah.
I'm mostly familiar with, like, putting the doorstep on the amp and saying there's a chance it'll improve sound quality.
Yes. So I guess the brief summary of events.
The doorstep is really getting a lot of mileage.
The doorstep is, yeah.
I mean, it's really funny. So
it is.
It's going to go far.
So I should just note what the post actually says, if for those who haven't seen that video.
Put it on screen.
I'll try. Hold on a second. I can do this.
I can post screenshots in the Discord and you can just pull those.
I can do this because I have a window capture here. It's just going to take me a second. Okay. All right.
Someone in chat says listener has sniffed resolve.
That's weird. I don't like that at all. Okay. All right. So this is this is one of the posts. There is a second one, which we will talk about as well. But so basically, Hi-Fi Reviewing 101, manufacturers threatening reviewers with legal action does not happen all the time. This is, of course, in response to the situation of people being more aware, I guess, of the legal threats that have happened, right? The existence of negative reviews is not a prerequisite for the trustworthiness of positive reviews, and then Darko audio contributors are not permitted to moonlight as a manufacturer, consultants, or PR people.
Okay, I think before we go any further, it's important to post the next thing he posted.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just grab that one here. I think,
because did he like post the next thing? Crystallizes where this is all coming from.
Did he post the next thing after that video?
Yes.
Or okay. So it might have been in relation to. Maybe I'm getting.
I don't think it was related to your video. I think it was.
Okay, it wasn't. It was just a separate.
Adding more.
Okay.
I don't think he thinks about you at all.
No, because I know he reached out to Cameron. He was trying to get me to. He was trying to get in contact with me as a result of that video. That's why I.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What did he say?
No, he was just saying just to forward his contact info so we could chat about it, right? But I'm not opposed to chatting with him about it. I may actually take him up on that, but I don't want this. I don't want to do another video on this. Basically, this issue, I don't care that it's kind of a nothing burger of an issue, and really that's why I wanted to mention that. Like, I already had something in mind about like that bigger topic, and his post was mainly it was the thing that kind of just put me. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. But anyways, here's the next post.
I just like fighting.
Yeah, I know you do. You like violence. You're here for the violence. So when you criticize something, you are effectively saying, I know better. So I almost want to say that apart from the things that I mentioned in that video, my my bugbear about this is that it's Hi-Fi Reviewing 101, as if this is somehow instructional.
Yeah, you know how you should review? Don't review.
Yeah. Like so, that to me, it's an imperative, right? Like if it's.
So we have 3 reviewers here. I'd like to know what our 3 Hi-Fi reviewers think about this bit of Hi-Fi Reviewing 101. We also have Crinacle, who used to be a reviewer. So we actually have 3.
That was good.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole like what we know better, because honestly, in some cases, I would say yes, we do know better. Not
So Crin's reply is
sometimes
unironically yes.
That would be my
unironically,
reply.
yes. Sometimes we
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
sometimes
that's
we
fine.
have
Yes.
the better measuring equipment. In Aaron's case, you know, he does, and to us we have the 5128, which, as far as I know, not a lot of companies have actually taken up. And when it comes to tuning the thing, sometimes it's just whack, and the bar is very, very low in those cases.
Well, the other
It's not
thing
that
is
we yeah.
manufacturers are not in the business of understanding measurement equipment and evaluative process the way that we are.
Well, they should.
In the
but,
headphone space.
In the headphone
Wouldn't
space,
it be
yeah.
great if they were?
Wouldn't it be great? Yeah. But even the ones who have the 5 and 2/8, for example, don't necessarily understand it the way that we do, for example.
And the other analogy that I like to put out that I heard a long time ago, but I loved it, is that you don't need to be a pilot to see a burning wreckage and say, you know what, there's something wrong.
Yeah.
It's you don't have to know better than a pilot to know some basic stuff like, oh, this is bad. That's criticism. Like, you thinking something is bad is criticism, but you don't have to be a manufacturer or a R&D designer or an engineer to be able to say something like that. That's a dumb take. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Darko, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, you can see a car without an engine. You can see a car without an engine and be like, yeah, that's probably not going to work.
Yeah, but you don't have to know. how
Oh,
to
are
make
you
a car
saying
and
you
say
know
that.
better than the car engineers?
Apparently I do.
In that case, you do. Very
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
It just seems like I agree with Crinacle there. It's just like a really dumb thing to say, and you can put that about anything. You don't have to be a reviewer to have an opinion about anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's for the worst, right? Though, but yeah.
I saw. I'm not going to say who said this, but there was an interesting kind of take on it, which is that some of these posts feel a little bit like signaling to manufacturers that, like, hey, I'm safe, you know. And I like
you can trust me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it does.
But not to the consumers, to like the manufacturers.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like to a lot of the people who would consume audio reviews or fellow reviewers, he's already alienated those people. So like
that's true.
Yeah, like I wouldn't have seen this post at all if it wasn't brought up to me by people laughing at it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it was. There's actually a line that I proposed for the live stream planning here, which was a fucking George of the Jungle reference, which was, after mentioning that, now is the part where we all throw our heads back and laugh together. And that kind of sums up how I feel about those posts.
Because there was no question about what our interpretation of it would be.
Now, I actually want to give a shout out to Mr. Super because I think he had a good sort of steel manning of the first part of it, which is most relevant to the DCS situation that we were talking about here and the threats of litigation and stuff like that. And he said basically that this might not have been intended to be like a widespread of the shotgun for that's sort of, you know, serving to defend manufacturers. Rather, it might just be that there are specific instances of kind of like cynicism against the industry. That, you know, like manufacturers are doing this kind of stuff all the time, and his response was sort of related to that, right?
Well, and I think it would serve, like, it does serve controversy merchants to act like this is just something that every manufacturer does and to call someone out every week. But we really don't have that many of the call out channels in audio. Like, it seems to me like he's responding to a general cultural trend that doesn't really exist here.
Yes. The other steel manning that maybe we can get into is actually something that Blaine, I think, rightly brought up, which is sort of the treating reviews as curation, which I did not address. I mean, I pinned a comment about it because I think it's relevant, but we're basically like, this isn't, again, specific to Darko because there are review outlets out there that just publish positive content. Like, there's one that published a positive review on the Audivina and gave it like a 9 out of 10. I don't know what the score was, but a positive score. And it's like situations like that where you're like, how can that possibly be? But the suggestion was that, hey, you know, this is just reviews as product curation, where, you know, they only cover the positive stuff. and they don't bother putting any work into something that they think is not good. And my response to that is that you don't really like, you can't. It's similar to what Crin has said, is that the audience doesn't know that. You can't know if you're coming at it. You know, the majority of people reading your stuff or watching your stuff don't necessarily know this. The other side of it is if there's no low anchor, you can end up with situations where things that are overwhelmingly objectionable to most people get positive reviews. You know what I mean? If there's no low anchor, it's like, okay, this is product curation, but curation for the category of things that exist in hi-fi.
I'd like to introduce a new term, which
For
is
bingo?
Shaunaboo, and I'd like to refer to you as that. This is derived from referring to fans of anime as weeaboos, because your use of low anchor is so clearly derived from you having spent too much time reading things Sean Olive has written.
This is
that I
probably
really
true.
can't deal with it.
It's absolutely true.
This is true. Also, now another thing for our bingo cart.
I co-signed this term and its assignment to Andrew
Yeah.
Park.
Yeah.
I like
Hey,
to-
tell
I
that
like
to
like-
ASR who fucking hit.
I do agree with your point. I'm just also pointing out that was a moment that I couldn't ignore.
Yeah, that's good.
I like to build on that. The whole like curation point. I did have a video on why ratings suck, and there was a point where a lot of people made where it could just be that they just wanted to review things that they thought was good or worthy of a review. And my counter to that is that you can't expect that what they don't review is terrible, because that would be the implication. Where it's like, if they don't review something, that you should assume that it's somehow terrible, but clearly that's not the case, because they might have backlogs, deadlines. They might just want to review other things, or they don't have the means to review everything in the world, right? So that point just gets thrown out of the window, where they just say, well, they're just reviewing what they think that they want to review or they think is good. But that also means that you can't assume that everything that they don't review is terrible. So at the end of the day, it just becomes vague. Like, okay, so is the thing that they didn't review or never talked about before, is it actually good or bad? Or is it something that's still in their backlog? Is it something that they actually think is genuinely terrible? And is all of this like, it's just putting a veil on everything. It's just one big black box.
So,
And that's the problem with curation, I feel, where it's just like you don't know what you've tested.
when you say ratings, you mean like scores, not specifically the site ratings.
No. Yeah,
But
like why?
Yeah.
I put out
Hi-Fi.
that Rtings for
Yeah,
that
yeah,
reason.
yeah. But I actually think that this does apply even to sites that I actually generally enjoy reading. I think it, like, so for example, Sound Guys. I quite like their website. I like their stuff. I think that they've done a great job with their target curve, as is demonstrated from the IEM stuff. It's basically JM1. So, they did a good
Yes.
job.
Yep.
But I can't help but notice the scores skew quite positively.
Yes.
And the same thing with rating, with RTings. The scores skew quite positively. And then this
Wonder
gets
why.
back.
Because
it's
they pay
affiliate
for
links.
they bought them.
It's
But don't they
affiliate-
buy
No,
them?
also it's the standard deviation. They use standard deviations for their scoring, so that
Well,
just
it's also that
skews
the
everything to
individual
like the higher.
component scores are not especially useful in determining an overall score. Like having is
Like if you
is the
don't have
perceived effect of
ANC, you're shit.
soundstage,
Yeah.
as they measure it, actually that guaranteed to qualify as neutral sound. Which
Wait,
is
so
the metric
are you
they
saying
use.
they are or they aren't using the using like a mechanism as it relates to frequency response for the scoring?
Well, for the soundstage one in particular, there's no element of that is either proven or what
I
what
think
would be
it's
related
like
to
target
preference.
adherence plus left-right deviations or something like that.
Okay.
It's
I
a
think
really
that's for
weird
imaging.
combo.
For
Yeah.
soundstage,
we're talking-
it's about the measurement of a speaker with pinna chopped off and then pinna tacked on, and the difference between.
Wait, are we talking about MDAX or are we talking about ratings?
Artings?
Artings.
Rtings.
Yeah, just their scores in particular. But like as Crin was also saying, like they also judge like IEMs with that.
But
when they don't interact with the outer ear.
I don't know.
So they just automatically score 0 there and get hamstrung in the ratings.
I'm less critical of
without
that
any.
because they do parse them differently. Like they say, like they parse them for things like use case, right? And if somebody is going to be buying based on how well it does at like ANC, for example, it doesn't. That's fine.
I'm just not saying even within the one that is about sound quality.
But
like,
isn't it about neutrality?
Well, yes, but what I'm saying is there are metrics in that have nothing to do with neutrality.
So my criticism was more that I think that their mechanism, basically how they're pulling that, is soft.
Maybe, yeah.
Like
I mean, it is just target curve adherence, I'm pretty sure, for the most part. And then there are things like soundstage thrown in.
Right.
But yeah, the scores have always been dubious there.
Yeah. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. I'm curious what Erin's thoughts are on the whole concept of, well, just like the idea about manufacturers not threatening to sue people all the time, and then B, the second point about like, I know you commented on the video, and I actually really liked your comments, but I wonder if you could sort of echo that here as well.
Yeah, no, I may just actually read what I wrote because I just pulled it up a second ago.
Yeah.
So his part about point 1, legal action does not happen all the time. I said I wouldn't say it doesn't happen all the time either, but it feels like a straw man because how does he know, right? Like he didn't poll all the reviewers and see how often they get threats. And as an analyst, as my day job, I question what does all the time mean? 70% of the time, like
certainly wouldn't be happening to him.
Yeah. So I feel like that doesn't. I don't really care about his perspective on that unless he's actually done some research into it, right? It's just I don't know. It's a claim that somebody's throwing out there.
But even if we say it's unlikely, it's still kind of not.
The fact that it happens once is enough, right? If it happens once because somebody deserved it, then that's different. But if somebody's doing a review and they're trying to present honest information and they're threatened with a lawsuit, which is just BS, then that's something different altogether. His second point, I actually agree with you in your video. I was watching it as I was typing up my reply, which I hate when people do, but I do it myself, so whatever. But you kind of made the point, and this is what I've said in the past, when people only have, so his point was the existence of negative reviews is not a prerequisite for trustworthiness of positive reviews. Sure, that can be true as well. Like that doesn't necessarily have to have, a reviewer doesn't necessarily have to have a negative review in order for you to trust them. But I will say that it goes a long way with my trustworthiness if I feel like they're presenting the pros and the cons. If I have a reviewer who is only presenting pros and they just gloss over cons, I'm less likely to trust them. But my main issue is that without a negative review, where's the bar? Like, where's your personal bar as a reviewer? And then also, what the hell do I need you for? Right? Like, if you're only giving positive, if I know that that's your stance and you don't get negative reviews, for all I care, you could post on your Facebook or your Instagram page, product A, I looked at it, I got it in. Like, that's all you got to say. We know you like it because you don't review anything critically. Done.
Can I steel man for a second? The only positive reviews. What if it's just, imagine you have a scale of 1 to 10, and you say anything that scores below a 6, I just cut the review. It doesn't go live.
And that's the curation.
But I can still say, this is a a Genelec 1, and this is an LSR 305. One's clearly better than the other, right?
Yeah.
So you might still be. The problem for me is like, I want to at least know what the stuff that was so bad you didn't review was.
That's what I say. And I've told this to a couple speaker review guys, and I've said, like, I get that that's your stance, but it would help the audience trust you, and it would just help in general if you would say, go on your YouTube page and do a post and say, hey, I got this thing in. I honestly just wasn't a fan, so I'm not going to review it, and that's it. Like, I'm not going to give you any details of why I didn't like it. That's it. And at least they know, right? Like, it doesn't take much effort, but when they do that, then the critical brain comes in where it makes you go, oh, well, if they're unwilling to do something like that, then they're scared that they're going to lose stuff to get from manufacturers, and therefore they won't be able to review anything. I try not to think the worst of people, but I can't help my brain from thinking that kind of stuff. The collaborations part that Darko had made, I'm just going to read what I said. I said that I'm not necessarily concerned because reviews I pay attention to provide data. Like if there's anybody I'm going to trust, they're going to have data. I'm not taking anybody's word for it. That goes
Mhm.
for myself. I wouldn't expect anybody to just take my word for it. I would expect them to question me and say, okay, well, can you show me why you said this thing? So as long as I trust the data, which I don't think I've come across anybody who I don't trust their data. Every once in a while, you'll find something that looks kind of funky and they maybe mess something up, but they're not doing it intentionally. Then I'm cool. You know, it goes back to just being transparent. Same thing with Crinacle. You know, this is what I'm doing. I'm doing a collaboration, or I'm got this thing from a manufacturer, or I'm using an affiliate link. Just tell me and let me decide. But don't not tell me and leave me in the dark, and so I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Actually, with regards of all of these topics on like you should show what you have tested, there's actually something that I'm working on that is as a replacement for the IEM ranking list. Because I said that the IEM ranking list is gonna be like frozen in time, and that's still true. But what I'm gonna do in lieu of that is actually like just a huge list of every IEM in existence, every single one.
Yeah.
And then on a separate column, the IEMs that I have tested, and then on another column, the IEMs that I approve of. So I'm not gonna write a negative review, but if I have tested it and I don't approve of it,
Mhm.
read between the lines.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest
Adequate.
compromise that I can do right now.
So I have a question for folks related to the curation Steelman, right? How would you guys feel
And when
about
we're saying curation, we're saying only giving platform
Yeah.
to good things, right?
Yeah, that's right. Reviews as curation, right? How would you guys feel about a situation where somebody's doing reviews as curation, basically only giving positive reviews, but they have one example of a critical review, so you know where the bar is? Would you
I'm
feel
okay
better
with
about
that.
that?
I still go back to just if you get something in and you don't like it and you're not going to review it, tell me. Let me know. That's all I need to know. Even if you don't take the time to post the data for it, okay, cool. Just let your audience know because you establish a reputation and rapport with them, and then they feel like they can trust you. You may cause some resentment from some manufacturers, but as we talked about earlier with this blacklist thing, like there's maybe a couple that might have blacklisted us. Maybe some of you guys have been blacklisted, but for the most part, when I've run into poor products, the manufacturer is at least like, okay, cool. Well, thanks for taking the time. You know, they're not assholes about it.
Yeah. I mean,
I
we
think
have
that Aaron's really hit the nail on the head here, though, which is the thing that makes it suspicious is that we don't know if someone was sent products and then was like, this isn't good and I'm not going to review it, or was sent products, thought this wasn't good, and then does a review anyway, right? Like, if you have a list of refusals, basically, like that's the thing that's suspicious about
Yeah.
someone who's all positive, because
Yeah.
it could be that they only have been sent good stuff, but it also could, and it could be that they've been sent a lot of bad stuff and rejected it, but you can't really know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they have never rejected anything for being bad and they've always given good reviews, then they are a shill, right? Like, because there is bad stuff.
So
if they've done more than 10 reviews.
If Darko comes out with like tomorrow with an Audavina review and is incredibly critical of it, I'm more inclined to be okay with the concept of reviews as curation in his case, but I think an alternative would be
I received
that's
an
right.
Audavina
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
willing
Yeah,
to review
yeah.
it.
That would be a reasonable alternative, I think. Sorry, I got a sound in the background. Shall we move on, or do we have any more thoughts on this?
I don't know. To me, it's more so just about the content of the review, and I parse the content of the review on a case by case basis. Like as much as like the history of like someone like Erin or Crin like does factor in for me. Like if the review itself makes sense, then it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, then it doesn't make sense. And I feel like it's a very personal thing on the part of the viewer to parse for themselves and not just take the review at face value, even if they do have a good history. Yeah, that's all I'll say.
I'll add quickly too that if you watching a speaker review and the reviewer doesn't talk about negatives and they're not like legitimate negatives other than like it costs this much money, because I don't, sometimes good stuff is going to cost money. then they're not doing a good job. They probably don't have any idea what they're actually doing, because every speaker is a compromise in some way. And I can go on a list of reasons why you can go from $100 speaker to $100,000 speaker. That $100,000 speaker is going to have a compromise somewhere, and I'm willing to bet I can find it. So if you can't give me at least one con and one legitimate con, then it makes me question what you're doing. And I'll just leave it at that.
It's fair.
I was.
I want to hear. On that note, I want to hear Andrew's legitimate con on the Dusk.
Oh, it's obvious.
Yeah.
The fucking DSP cable.
It is.
Oh, come on. You
No,
said
it's a
that wasn't a
it's a
problem for
legitimate
you.
con.
He said that wasn't a problem for him. He's been shilling the Dusk, and I think
No.
I
mean,
He uses it without it.
To say, I use it with 3.5 and just EQ with the filters, but I'm saying, like, for people, it's a legitimate con.
I think he might be a shill.
Why is the cable a con? Explain that. I don't understand.
Oh, okay. So the cable
Make
itself.
noise?
Yeah. No. So like the cable.
It's a little DSP. device.
It's a USB-C cable that you can plug into your phone, right? Well, there's two cons, and
Well, it depends if you have an iPhone or not. If you don't
Yeah.
have an iPhone, you can
I got an
plug it
iPhone.
into your phone.
yeah, but
Well,
even if
then
you have an
you can-
iPhone, you can still make use of the tuning, right?
That's
of
correct.
the DSP.
You can't
It's
use
just
the
you can't.
app.
Yeah. So there are two cons. One is that the app is absolutely terrible. That's just uncontroversial to say. And then and it's funny because we have Crin right here. I'm saying this to his face.
I mean, he didn't make the app. It's not his fault.
That's true. He didn't. And then
No,
number
it is his
two,
fault.
yeah, and
Blame
then
him
number
for it.
two is that at least when we were testing the USB-C cable, we
Yes, and
found
we've
some.
not been able to test the
Yeah, we
update
haven't
that
been.
he
Yeah,
talked
so
about
there
earlier.
was some spurious noise that came from the cable that would be introduced to the music. It's very faint, and like if you're like
It was
There's
it
this
was
weird post-echo thing
Yeah.
happening.
yeah, it was
Oh,
signal
geez.
dependent.
Yeah.
So it
So
was
cables matter.
yeah,
There you go.
Well, in this
Exactly.
case, chips matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also have another con on the Dusk default DSP in it, that it's not the most comfortable. Like, it's kind of big. It kind of
There we
Yeah.
go.
it's kind of
Now we've
sticky out.
escaped from Chill Island.
Yeah.
I mean, I found it decently comfortable.
It's
but,
reasonable,
there's a
but,
little
like-
bit of extra weight towards
So
the
the reason why
outside of the shell.
I know this, for me at least, right? Because everybody's gonna have different ears, but the reason why yes, I use it here. I was using it here for a long time, basically, when I was doing the review, and I thought this is great. But I took it on a plane, and it was a really long flight, and it got sore after a few hours. So yeah, I'd say that's an issue still. Oh, and I have another con. Sorry, this is now we're unpacking here.
Don't
There-
buy Dusk.
It is one of the most important audio products in my opinion. But another con is that the nozzle doesn't have any filter. So if anything gets stuck in the nozzle, it's a pain in the ass to, like, earwax or something like that, right? It's a pain in the ass to deal with and to
But
get out.
that was actually from complaints from the Blessing 2 Dusk that
Was
the
it?
filters kept coming off.
I mean that
So-
sucks too.
I do remember that complaint.
Yeah,
Those
so,
are both
so
bad
at that
things.
point,
Yeah.
yeah, it was like, okay, so we'll try and get something where it's like the tubes are straight, so if something goes in, it's not too much of a hassle to like fish it out with the hook thing, the hook accessory, whatever you call it. Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, no, if it's like, do we want to put a metal mesh on it? I don't know. That was a consideration that we had.
I mean, I'm grasping at straws here because it is a genuinely important and like great product. I would even say. It just has issues in the execution of a couple of things, I think, and I don't think that's unreasonable.
Project Meta. We'll try and fix everything.
Okay.
He's cooking.
Yeah.
So I have a question for Erin, but before that, I don't want to get political, but the chat is describing Crinacle as the Joe Biden of audio.
Oh, let's.
Ooh,
I don't need to get
no,
into
he's way
this.
too young,
Ooh.
and he doesn't slur his
So-
speech.
What? No, I'm like 42. Come on.
Hey,
So-
I'll be 42 in a couple weeks, man. Or a couple,
Okay, guys, let's be real. Blaine is the oldest person here.
Yes.
That's true. Well, not physically, but mentally.
Yes.
yes.
In my soul, I am an old man.
Yes.
So, that aside, I was going to ask because so Aaron, you don't do collabs, and you're not going to, I think, which also
I don't
think is a good
plan
call.
to. I mean, you never say
Yeah.
never, right? But I don't
Yeah.
plan to.
So let's say that you won the big boy lottery, Powerball or whatever. Would you make a speaker company, and what would you do? Like, what would be your thing? Because I kind of feel like for a lot of us, that's probably what we do if we
Oh.
won the lottery.
Yeah, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't. So if I won the lottery and I won enough to not have to worry about making money ever again, peace.
Straight out.
I'm out, man. No, I would keep doing what I'm doing, but I would buy really cool stuff and test out the really cool stuff, and I wouldn't have to
Hell
wait for
yeah.
somebody to send it to me or beg a
The
manufacturer.
second
like, "Please."
NFS.
Yeah. Second, I'd stack them on top of each other and just measure line arrays for concert venues. That'd be
Pretty
awesome.
cool.
So you would rather review than to do your own.
I mean, that's how I feel right now, right? Like,
Yeah.
again, never say never,
Make
because I
it
may
vain.
change my mind sometime down the road. But I've been asked this question a lot. I've done a lot of fabrication. I've attempted a lot of fabrication. I can cut wood panels and stuff like that, but when it comes to making something look nice, I suck at it. Do I want to design a speaker? No, because I enjoy talking shit about other people's designs.
So you like sniping from the sidelines.
This
Such
is
a
why you
good
were a man
take.
after my own heart.
Yeah.
Such a good take.
Yeah, what Darko said is true. Like I want to criticize it.
Because you know
Not as
better.
good- I can't do it. Yeah. So that's right. Because I'm better. I forgot that I'm better.
Yeah.
No, honestly, I just enjoy reviewing stuff.
Sure.
I think if I were to try to make my own, then I would worry that, and this kind of gets into that collab thing. I would worry that people might view my opinion as not. That's what I'm looking for here. Maybe start over here. If I were to do a collab, or I were to come up with my own design and make money off of that other thing, then I worry about the conflict of interest with me reviewing other people's stuff, right?
Mhm.
And the thing about that is I don't really know how many people care, but I do on a personal level about just what I'm doing. I don't care what anybody else does. That's cool. I'll still watch other people's stuff. But personally, that's not what I'm interested in. I would rather review other people's products and let people know, like, here's what's going on with this other thing.
To
That's
me, there's always a fascination with, I guess what anchors all of it, the interest is just a fascination with how this stuff works. What is
Yeah,
doing the
absolutely.
thing, and you can get there with reviewing things, right? Like almost in a better way, because you're using all the evaluative tools and you're figuring out that this is the how
If you
to
take
plot for
reviewing
this.
seriously.
Yeah, of course. Not everybody does. I'm just saying for that
Someone's
fascination.
calling you out in chat. You, Andrew. The only criticism I have to resolve is that he doesn't know how to use calipers, and it pisses me off.
No, that's fair.
Do you not
That's
know how to
fair.
use calipers?
No. There
Calipers.
was in one of the videos I was measuring I can't remember if it was for the nozzle size of an IEM or if it was for pad dimensions, but I used the wrong side of the caliper.
Wait,
But
what?
The thing is,
you use this side?
no, I used the other side, and I should have been using the small side for the thing that I was.
Oh, you were measuring the inner dimension.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is,
no.
okay, the thing
We all
is
get
though,
tripped up on it.
that was just B-roll, right? Like I wasn't when I did the actual. It's the same thing like within Cameron's video where it's like he had B-roll of a thing and then that was not in its optimal configuration or whatever, and then people like freaked out about DCS obviously freaked out about it, but yeah, when I was doing
You're
the
saying we
B-roll.
should sue you. The manufacturer of the caliper should sue you.
Yeah, when I was doing the B-roll, I didn't use them correctly. That's definitely true. Yeah, but
I
not
went
in the
through that
actual
with a
measurement.
video I released today, where it's kind of a weird design, but it can be put on a stand or put on the floor. And if you put it on the floor, it's got this little spacer type thing that you bolt into the bottom of it. And so I had it on the floor, and I took a little video of it, and then I went to put it back on the stand, and I didn't feel like taking the spacer thing off and attaching it to the stand, so I just set it on top of it, but let it hang over a little bit. And I had like 3 or 4 replies immediately, like, "You didn't set that up right. Is that how you listen to it?" I'm like, "Damn it!" Like all the extra stuff that we have to do when we make these B-roll type things,
Yeah.
it's like it's unnecessary. Anyway,
But it's a fair criticism. I mean, I'm thinking of
it is.
Blaine just put on the HD100 backwards, and there are this doesn't apply to us when we're doing this, but like there are reviews that people have out there where the B-roll is of them wearing the headphones backwards.
Okay, with
Oh,
HD100,
yeah.
I've never done that before. That's so uncomfortable. I don't know how people do that by accident.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn the speakers around and face them toward the wall and do B-roll that way. see what people
Yeah,
say.
I think it was with
See,
the.
the thing is, you just need to have dipoles.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Let's see if it
Also,
works with this
more
one.
dipole reviews when.
I would like to. It's the problem of getting stuff, man. I have people ask me all the time, can you review X, Y, or Z? And I'm like, I would love to, but I've got to get it, which means I've got to pay for it, or I've got to find somebody like an owner to send it to me, or I've got to get the manufacturer to send it to me. And some of these manufacturers that review, or not review, but make certain products, kind of like what you were talking about earlier, I think that they may be more apprehensive to send it to me because of the objective data aspect. And they're worried about how that may look for them.
Have you ever considered I mean, you probably have, but like Gradient makes a lot of weird directivity speakers that measure grade, at least the ones that I've seen.
Gradient. It kind of rings a bell, but I don't know. I've come across a lot of
You ought to
very
sell me fins.
Let me see here.
One of the first
Oh.
cardioid speakers, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, those are pretty cool. I like those. There's another
And-
company that, yeah, I could talk about all the weird stuff that I would love to review, but getting it is hard. That's the hardest part for me.
I'm just going through our list of topics here to see if there what's.
I mean, we
next.
haven't really talked that much about Erin's channel. I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah.
for our viewers who probably are not familiar with a lot of
And
what
you
he's
should be
done
familiar with Erin.
and why we praise him so highly, I think that's probably
So
a good
for
thing to
anybody
get
who's
in.
come to this recently, Erin's Audio Corner is the name of the channel. ERIN.
Like a girl.
Yeah. And it is
My
the
name
best
is
speaker
too.
content on the internet.
Well, thank you.
It's not close. It's not close. Erin
Yeah.
is my favorite. Erin might just be my favorite reviewer.
Yeah.
Period.
I mean,
All
the
right.
rest of us are chopped liver in comparison.
I'll send you the extra $100 later. Then I said if you pay like that extra part, the check will be in the mail, so I'll get that on the way.
Yeah.
Soon.
No, but seriously. So for those who haven't happened upon his channel, yes, he does have excellent data utilizing a Clipple NFS, which is the current industry standard, state of the art for measuring speakers. But he also has very reasonable subjective takes within that. He gets pretty deep into basically any part of a speaker you could want to know about, unless he forgets about something, which,
Yeah.
as he said, does happen. But seriously, if you're interested at all in speakers, there's not another place I would ever go for both the data and the subjective side of things.
Also formerly known as Medley's Musings, although that was a while back.
Oh, dang, son.
I was not aware of that.
Pulling that one out of the hat.
Yeah, separating
been a fan
the
of yours
OGs
for a
from the
long
new
time.
school. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I used to test for DIY mobile audio in the Clipple. They had so Clipple makes a lot of different products, but one of the things that you run into in the car audio realm is subwoofer excursion, right? It's the manufacturer will claim 20 millimeters one-way X max, and it's like, cool. And then you find out it actually does like 10, right? But so Clipple has a way, according to an IEC standard, to measure it that is based on distortion factors such as suspension and motor force and inductance. And if you use this thing, it comes with a laser. You don't have to use a laser, but you can. You can determine what the actual excursion limit is, like as far as up to that distortion standard for 20% for subwoofers, 10% for anything that's not subwoofers, total THD. So I started doing that like around 2010 or 2011. Did it for a few years. Quit because of some issues I had with the website owner. Started doing it on my own. Quit for some health reasons for my daughter. And then when COVID hit, man, I was watching all these speaker review channels, and I was like, man, you guys suck. There's a bunch of just fucking shields. Like just shields.
I
left and
know
right, man.
better.
Yeah, no, I was like, for real. I was like, you guys don't even know
You
what
did.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, like one guy. Yeah. Anyway,
We are the two most
I'll get on my
based
high horse
reviewers
if I
on
keep going.
here.
Yeah.
No, I
So
mean,
anyway,
we
I just
love
wanted to do
that.
it on my own. Yeah. Get on my high horse and stay there for a little while. But yeah, so I try to review speakers. I use a lot of objective data. I talk about what I hear. I listen first and then I measure. And my goal really is to just help people make sense of the measurements, right? Like initially it started off it was only measurements. And I realized like people aren't getting the point. People are just saying, oh, they either have already bought into measurements or they didn't. And that faction stayed the same. And then I realized pretty quickly that if you want to help people understand the importance, you've got to relate it to them.
Mhm.
So, okay, I'm going to listen. I'm going to talk about what I hear. And then I'm going to say, all right, this is why I'm pretty sure I heard what I heard, and use the objective data as a means to do that. And that's really, I've been trying to fine tune my channel throughout the last 4 years, and I finally got into a format that I really like, which is, up front, I just show a quick little video in my living room. This is the speaker, these are the specs, and then I say, here's the pros, the cons, and then my recommendation. Because, like I keep saying, every speaker is a compromise in some way or another. Even the best ones that I've heard, there's still some compromise to them. Like the Kepley 2 Metas, my favorite speaker so far, but a little bit narrow in sound radiation. I want something just a little bit wider, and if they could do that, then I would be more happy. But it's still already my favorite speaker thus far. But then, yeah, explain those, like, this is how I would use it, and then show the data and say, this is why I said what I said, and then plug my affiliate links and then leave.
Yeah, no, I think both the order in which you typically do things, as well as like what you generally say in those sections, it makes a lot of sense. Even as someone who really didn't know that much about speaker measurements when I started watching you, like, you did teach me a lot. So I appreciate that. But also, I think for other people who don't know as much about that and are more in like the headphone side of things, Erin's channel is definitely where I would go to learn that stuff again.
I would
if
call
I
him
had
the
to
Tal
choose to.
Hertzens of speakers, frankly, which from
I-
the headphone
I would
standpoint
also
is
call
very
him
high
that.
praise.
Yeah.
You may not be aware, Aaron, but Tal was pretty much the OG objective, data-based reviewer in audio, and
Yeah,
basically
but
inspired
He
every
had
one of
some
us to
ideas about square wave.
I was going to say, Aaron might even be better than
I
Kyle
see.
Hertzens.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Square wave.
we progress, but the thing is, we wouldn't be here without Tal.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
of course
true.
a fact.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just the level of bringing like true industry standard measurements to the populace and explaining them so they can actually get the value from them. That was a huge thing that Tile did that no one had done up to that point. And
We're
Crin
pretty
even
much
kind of
you in that
redid it with
space.
IEMs when
Yep.
that happened.
Yeah, I see that happen a lot with headphones. And then on the speaker side of things, I mean, there's people that have been doing it for a while. I do it my way, right? And my way may work better for other people, and it may not. We've got audioholics who've been doing this for 20 or 25 years or something. Then
It's a long time.
Man.
Soundstage Audio, Stereophile has been providing measurements for a long time. Maybe not the full complete data set that I personally would like to have,
Yes.
but at least they're doing something, right?
What
Watches a
always
lot
bugs
more-
me with Stereophile is their analysis with the measurements. Like
Oh, is it
John
just not
Atkinson
related?
is
I don't read it. I'll be like every
just
reviewer
look
that
at
I
the
watch
face.
or look at, I don't read their analysis.
Yeah.
I don't. I just look at the data, and
Yeah.
because I've been doing this long enough that I can do that, right? Like if I were newer to this, then I would have to read their analysis, and I hope that their analysis is correct. The only thing that people have to really be watchful for is with Stereophile's measurements, and they tell you in every review, but I'm surprised by the number of people who miss this. When they have the frequency response, and on the bass end, it's always bloated by like 6 decibels. And you can always see like a rise on low
Yep.
end. And it's because they do near microphone measurements. They do near field measurements of the bass, of the port, of the woofer. And when you do that, that ignores the baffle step effect, which is basically like you lose extra output as you move further away from that baffle. So it basically makes it look like the bass has more bass than it really is by usually like 6 decibels or so.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to me that because John Atkinson is a competent guy, I'm kind of confused that they don't compensate for that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've wondered why maybe they don't compensate. I get why it is the way that it is, 100%,
Yeah.
because I used to measure stuff the old school way before I got the Clipple many, many times. I couldn't tell you the number of hours that I put in, measurements that I put in. But yeah, I don't know why they don't do that. But
Is it for the few people who are coupling the bass drivers to their ears?
yeah,
Well,
yeah. I
for
can't hear
this
the
call,
highs, but I can hear everything else.
Yeah.
the complaint I have about John Atkinson's commentary, because I actually really like his measurements and I like a lot of his commentary outside of their reviews, but he'll measure a speaker that's fucking dog shit and then say, this is a very interesting design, or or highlight, this speaker was very linear at high levels and then the FR is just a fucking cheese grater.
So wait, the measurement is not influential it's not being correlated with the impressions sufficiently.
Well, Atkinson doesn't do most of the reviews, but he
Right,
does
yeah,
the
somebody else.
commentary on
Oh,
the
okay.
measurements.
Okay.
And his
Which I
commentary
kinda
on the
do.
measurements.
I do kind of like how they do that, but that's not what
Yeah.
I want to do. I want to spend more time trying to help people understand why the measurements are so useful, right? And then
Yeah.
hopefully bring them up to a point where they can dwindle it down and look at like 3 or 4 different speakers and say, hey, these measurements all look pretty good. Now I'm going to order these, or I'm going to go listen to them and try them out, and then keep the ones I like the most.
So with that, I mean, it kind of raises the topic of like, onboarding people to maybe a better understanding or a better view of the things that they're considering buying, for example. There is definitely resistance to measurements and sort of the evaluations that are based on that. And
I don't listen to sine waves.
Hey,
I don't look at ghost
hey,
tones. Yes, you do.
I'll,
Yes, you
I'll,
do.
I'll make the video. I'm just saying, I'll do it.
Yes, Andrew is waiting on a script from me about how the linear transfer functions of headphones work.
Yes. So we'll do we'll do that. But I was thinking of like if I'm trying to explain how a product, usually with headphones, obviously, performs. If I'm trying to explain that to like my dad, for example, now he's obviously interested in this kind of stuff. He's a musician. He listens to music every day. His whole life is that, right? And but if I'm trying to explain to him how something performs, if I start talking about measurements and frequency response, he would have a basic understanding of like, hey, this might
What
be an
bass,
issue.
mid-range, and treble
Yeah,
is. Or
exactly.
variations in
And from a
that
frequency
realm.
response perspective, right? But to get into any of that, like to basically even just visualize a raw graph makes no sense to him. Like, it just is not relevant at all. And so I think oftentimes it's like, how do we bridge that gap? And it's not easy to do given the sort of the wide range that people could come at this stuff from. But one of the things that I actually quite like about Erin, the way that you do it, is you just tell people how it sounds subjectively, right? Like you're also engaging in a kind of dialogue that many people who are resistant to measurements would find compelling if you didn't provide any of the measurements at all. And so I think that's what is unique, right? It's not like you're saying, it's purely a measurements based evaluation. You're not just evaluating the graph and saying here's where it's good, here's where it's bad. You're actually just also reporting how it sounds to you. I think we try and do similar things in the headphone space for similar reasons, but I think that's extremely helpful to that onboarding process.
Yeah, I try to think of it like, if you're talking to a friend who doesn't really know
Yeah.
about this stuff, am I going to say, well, it has a bump at 8K and a dip at 5K? Like, no. I'm going to say, well, it kind of sounds shrill at this frequency, and the highs may make you go like this on some songs, and then draw you in at other songs. So it's trying to mix up the both of them to make to where it makes sense.
And this is where the audiophile terms start to get used. But
Yep.
Yeah, but
I at least try to explain why I say those words.
Yeah, and the very presence of the fact that you are doing all of the measurements and stuff like that, I think even probably unconsciously kind of stops you from getting anywhere near the realm of hyperbole, right? Like, because objectively in some sense how it's performing, kind of where the bounds of your impression's reasonableness can really be,
right?
Which I think is another helpful thing for reviewers using measurements. It does stop kind of the hyperbole from taking hold and defining the tone of the review.
I noticed that people don't like that about my content, that the lack of enthusiasm.
Well, I also think that maybe you should be doing more content about things you're excited about.
Oh, so
like you may
using
be
reviews
too
as
far
curation.
Well, I think that maybe you're too far on the other end of the scale, where a lot of time it feels like you're doing a review of something that's like, yeah, it's a pride. God, this thing fucking sucks. Why do we even live here anymore?
It's a job.
But I mean, genuinely, some of it is like that, where it's like, I
don't think that's inaccurate at all.
Oh yeah, no, it's often accurate. It just kind of gets depressing when you're on the fifth review. That's like, God, I hate this. I wish that it didn't exist.
Yeah.
But maybe the viewers need to learn.
Disappointed in my day is ruined.
That's the point, because other reviewers would be like, oh, it sucks, I'm sending it back, and they would never tell anybody.
That's true.
That's also true. Yeah.
That's true. You do have to have the broad range of stuff that you're covering. I wanted to, I guess, ask Erin, because like I'm not that familiar with the good stuff in speakers? Like I've seen your reviews, obviously, but what would you say is sort of your
the finer things in life?
I bought the Kefs because of your review of them, and I quite like them. And I agree with the assessment that there is that sort of dip in the mids a little bit.
Which, the LS50s?
Yeah, sorry, LS50 wireless 2s. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But one of the questions that we sort of have for you is sort of what your desert island speaker setup would be if you could have anything.
Right. Normally that would be a hard question, but for me it's easy because I cheat on this question. Because speakers are so different and they can have different characteristics, and because I still have to look at them at the end of the day, there's other things that influence me other than just pure sound.
Sure.
So I would want something that I enjoy the look of. I think it just looks cool. It's got to sound good at least, but it doesn't have to be the best sounding one. Ideally, I would be super rich and have this lottery money you spoke of earlier, and I would have about 4 different rooms, and each room would have a completely different setup. I would even have the Bose 901s in one of the rooms just because they're so stupid, but the imaging on them is like so blurry. You can't tell where anything is, and sometimes the singer's like supposed to be in the center, but I swear to God, she's like behind me 30 feet off to the right. Like it's terrible. It doesn't image worth a darn. The tonality is kind of junk, but that's what makes it so neat, is because it's so weird. And
it's just a freak show.
Soundstage, right? So that would be one of the speakers that I would enjoy to have. But other than that, man, I think like the Kef Blade 2 Metas to me are still my favorite speakers so far. If I could just take them and make them to where their dispersion angle was a little bit more broad, that's what I would like. And then the different rooms matter too. Like I use the Kef as an example. I listened to those in a dealer showroom where they had no sidewalls, and I was like, eesh. But when I listen to them in a regular room where there's sidewalls and reflections, it makes the speaker sound much better. So that's a speaker that's designed to be used in a room, right? Like as most speakers are. But there are other speakers where this gets into the measurements where you can look and say, oh, the on-axis response looks perfect. And in a room without reflections off of sidewalls, it sounds really good. But when you put it in a room, like maybe a medium or smaller size room, that off-axis response where that crossover is garbage. Now all of a sudden the speaker sounds super bright, dull in the mid-range, like you can't stand it. So, yeah, but yeah, I would have like 4 or 5 different systems, and I don't know which ones they would be, but the Kef Blade 2 Meta would certainly be in that list somewhere for sure. And then the Dutch and Dutch DC is a good one too.
Yeah, I saw the measurements of that. That looks incredible.
Which one?
Yeah,
Dutch and Dutch AC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good
It's the cardioid one.
Also looks good in my opinion.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask, ignoring sound quality entirely, what speakers do you think look best?
Yeah.
Are you a Wilson audio kind of guy, or the exact opposite of that?
Nope. Although Wilson, like their lower line stuff, and I've emailed them to ask them if they'd be willing to loan me some stuff, but I don't even get a reply back. I'm not surprised.
Their stuff actually at the recent Munich High End show, which is full of all kinds of esoterica in speakers, the Wilsons were some of the better sounding ones that were there. Is just like super bassy, right? Like I would never own that, but better than a lot of the stuff.
I've heard, and I just like the look of their smaller. Oh, I say smaller. They're still pretty big. They're like 13 grand or 14 or 15 grand. 3-way tower speakers type deals, floor standing speakers. They look really cool. I think they're the Sasha. I think that might be the name of them, but I'm not 100% sure. Those are cool looking speakers. Man, I wish I could let you guys in on something that I found out a company is coming out with soon. Oh my God. That's going to be like in-game speaker, but it's 6 figures, so never mind.
Oh, Jesus.
That is a lot of money.
A little bit of a teaser there.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot that I really enjoy the look of. I do like the MoFi 888s that just came out.
Yeah, those are great.
Yeah, and they sound really good,
Yeah,
but they're only like $5 grand. So surely I can name something that's more expensive and looks cooler, right? I'm just drawing a blank. I'll be honest with you. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. I've seen some at like Axpona, which is I don't know if you guys are familiar with Axpona, but it's a big audio speaker, home audio show. Yeah.
Yeah, you had breakfast with a few of my friends there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I can't believe I forgot that.
They really enjoyed your company.
Yeah. That was cool. Hopefully we can do it again next year. Yeah, man, I'm just drawing a blank. Maybe I'll think of something. I like the look of Dyne Audio speakers. I think they look pretty cool.
Dyne Audio. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say Tecton.
let's let that
one move right on from that.
Some of them don't look too bad, but some of them like scary.
Yeah.
Actually, on the note of a speaker that is both not bad looking and scary, are we ever going to see some measurements of Tom Danley's weird home theater ones, like the ILE and the HRE?
I would like to. They're actually only like 3 hours from me, and I've visited
That's why I
there.
asked.
Yeah, I visited. And the funny thing about it is I got to talking to their tech, and he remembered me because I used to work at the skate park, and he's like 2 years younger than me, and he used to come up to the skate park all the time. And I was like, dude, I remember you. So we still chat every now and again on Facebook. Small world, man. So yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Gosh, there was a brand I was trying to remember that I've come across, but I cannot. It starts with a D, and I cannot remember the name of it. But my local dealer sells them, and they just make a gorgeous looking speaker. And I'll remember
So
it
it's
as soon as we
not
hang up.
DeVore.
No, it's not DeVore. Oh
Yeah, I feel
man.
like the divorce speakers are pretty simple, maybe even austere looking.
I was gonna say
That's kind.
there's an elegance in simplicity. Like for Gen X, they don't look that unique, but I kind of like the way that I like
I
that
would say
about
they
them.
look unique.
I mean,
would
they
say
look unique, but they
well,
don't
okay,
look
wait,
like
depends on the speaker. The ones
extravagant.
look
You know?
unique.
Yeah.
Yes,
The ones
that's
look
true.
unique.
Yeah,
The old like 1031s don't look very unique.
yeah.
That's fair.
But they don't look extravagant. Like I feel like when you look at a Genelec, you don't think, oh, that's an expensive speaker.
They
The
look
way they-
finished.
Yeah, but I like that about them. You know,
Yeah, me too.
it's the extra regular, but good.
Yeah. There's some pretty cool stuff out there for sure that
Yeah.
I've come across, but yeah, I'm just drawing a blank right now.
Favorite speakers from this year? Oh, I guess that would be the Blade 2 meta.
Yeah, it would be the Blade 2. Something that's more affordable because the Blade 2s are like 28 or 29 grand a pair would be those MoFi 888s, SourcePoint
Right.
888s. I think those probably strike the best balance of compromise everywhere, right? Because some speakers will compromise more in one area than another area, maybe linearity for bass extension or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
But to me, the MoFis are probably like the best speaker that I've come across that's, you know how it is. Like, I don't want to say affordable, but reasonably affordable. If you save up your money, they're $5 grand a pair, right? So maybe you could do it in a year if you save up your money and work toward it. I don't know what people make, but when you guys run into this stuff, I'm sure where people are saying, what's the best value? And I'm like, I don't know, man, because $100 to me can go a long way. Like,
Yeah.
$100 to you may not last you a day.
Yeah, it's sort of. I think that you just have to kind of segment it into categories because
Yeah.
it's impossible. Some people will be like $300 for speakers or headphones, and then some people will be like, only $300 for multiple.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a question for both Crin and Erin. Apart from anybody in this call, what other audio platform, like audio editorials or reviewers, do you guys follow? Like,
If any.
if any.
Bold of you to
Well,
imply that you
well,
follow people
friends
on this call.
aside, because friends are friends, right? Just supporting, just reading. Not much else actually. Not in the IM realm, at least. With speakers, it's a mix of ASR because NFS as well as Erin. And for headphones, I can try stuff myself, if I really wanted to.
Mhm.
And for IEMs, quite frankly, same. It's the same thing. Where it's like if I want to try something, I can try it out myself. I would rather have my own opinion rather than reading someone else's. And reading someone else's opinion might color my own.
Right.
So,
But now that you're a store, you can do that.
No, yeah, that's the thing is that my store is completely based on self curation, so I
Mhm.
can't have someone else like
right.
muddying
Okay.
those waters for me as well. But that also gives me incentive to actually try and look out for more like diamonds in the rough, because it's nice to sell the big movers, the blue chip stock like Moondrop and Truthier, but sometimes you need to dig deep, to find the pink sheets. To find the Apple before they got to like $1 million a share.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, but like I said, friends, I watch Headphones.com. I watch Timmy, Biggest Audio, my editor.
Right.
Um,
Mr. Super.
supers occasionally as
Yeah.
well.
He just recently put out a video on the Grell phone, which is very interesting.
Does not look great.
No, it don't. It sure doesn't.
I can confirm it is not great.
I tried. No, I tried it in New York. I told Mr. Grell the same thing. I'm like, I don't like this. And he was like, well, fair. Everyone has different ears. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I really do not like this.
Yeah, but he made.
No, you don't
We said the same
understand.
thing in Munich High End, basically that it was not for us. But Griffin, you have it, right?
Yeah, I have it right over there.
I'm surprised you're not using it.
Are you surprised?
No.
I don't think you are
No.
surprised.
So
actually.
surprised.
No.
No,
it's
the
a good-
the ergonomics are poor and the sound is
Yeah.
somehow worse.
It was an
Hey.
interesting concept. Aaron, it's in speaker terms, this would be the equivalent of like an open baffle speaker, I guess, in terms of someone's got an idea that goes wildly against the norms, and
Yeah.
it didn't really turn out that great, but it was an interesting idea.
Well, but we talked about this I think before, but it's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, Griffin, but it's basically instead of it's like a front bias sound field, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Grell
it
calls
tried
it
to do a
frontal
frontal echo.
diffuse field.
Yeah. So in a way, what's interesting about it is that it's just something different, right? Like it's trying.
Well, that's one of the things.
It's a novelty, yeah, like trying
Like
something
the
new.
two novel things about it
Yeah.
were that it was supposed to be an incredibly open chamber for your ear to sit
Mm-hmm.
in, and the driver being to the front was largely also to accomplish that, so that there was nothing occluding the ear,
Mhm.
like directly on that plane.
Right.
But yes, the other part was that, said frontal incidence of the driver did introduce like an HRTF-ish effect where it kind of the sound transforms in a similar way to a speaker in front of you that would be flat, the way that would transform the sound.
Right.
Similar
Ish.
And we pretty much agreed like 40 years ago that doing that kind of tuning wasn't a good idea anyway.
Gunter Teal.
Oh, bingo card.
Also,
Bingo card. Teal mentioned. Yeah, it's not a very good headphone. And even for the things that I thought it could potentially be good for, like because it's so open, I thought it might be less positionally variant and therefore like good for EQ. Not the case. The positional variance is both notable on measurements and immediately noticeably audible, even with very small shifts.
Is it low? So I noted the positional variance was extreme, given that moving it slightly back completely changed how the driver sat in relation to your ear, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you guys were hoping that this would be fairly low acoustic impedance, right? And that might be.
Well, it is.
Yeah.
It
and-
is.
And at low frequencies, it is.
Yeah,
quite
it's very
consistent.
leak tolerant.
Right.
Like
Okay.
it's if you I shoved like four different 6.3 millimeter adapters in a different
The
point
standardized unit
trying to
of
make
leak
Yeah.
very
don't
standard, very,
don't
very
ever
professional.
don't ever get your hands on one of these.
I won't, thanks. But yeah, no matter how I could like try to get it to leak, it was still pretty damn leak resistant,
Yeah.
which is a good thing for EQ. I will say that the harmonic distortion measurements posted from Headphi's lab on the drop product page are taken at a pretty low SPL value.
What are they at?
What's up?
What are they at?
Like 90 dB.
I would
Which,
say
like-
that's not.
Potentially realistic
Yeah, it's
for
realistic.
a person listening,
Yeah.
But
but
It's
But
not
if
the
the
they're
limit.
gonna
Grell phone
EQ
is
at
an
all.
example of a headphone that might have linearity issues because it has a very small driver playing into a very open front volume.
But
yes.
you guys, I mean, the HD6 series has harmonic distortion at a level that is like, I don't know, not that much higher than what they measured that one at. Would have fairly high harmonic distortion.
Mhm.
Would you say this is higher or lower? I'm just kind of blanking on. I don't know what the level would be at 90 dB, but at 100 dB, it's quite high,
It would probably be close.
close to that. So not meaningfully better or worse.
I definitely don't think meaningfully better or worse.
Okay.
No.
Conveniently,
And to the Grell phone's benefit,
you
it
probably wouldn't
does
be
have
boosting the
more
bass.
just bass
Yeah.
amplitude
Yeah.
already. So you probably you don't need to.
You don't need
boost
to do that.
bass.
Yeah, you might need to
What I'd
boost
be
the
interested
treble
in
though.
is how it does at like 100, 105 dB, which is a realistic peak level, I think.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't have data for that. So
Yeah.
We should get data for that.
yeah, if you guys want to
Send it.
buy the Grell phone,
Well, I mean, Mr. Super just offered his.
Yeah.
oh, that's
Let's
true.
take it.
Yeah.
Yes, take it. Definitely take
I
it.
will. We are SPL calibrated over here.
Yeah, I'm not yet. I need to get a piston phone.
I mean, it's like $100. It's cheap.
Well, depends on if you want NISTs traceable, yada yada.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess ours is from
How good
B&K.
does it have to be? Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, you probably don't want an actual piston phone, but that's a very academic point.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever will work. But yeah, not a very good headphone. For those who want another opinion, feel free to go watch Super Review's review that he put out today. It's broadly in agreement with mine, but I confess I did just skip to the sound section. So if he had other things to say about like comfort and fit and build and all that stuff, I did not see that content. So
I have to say, I quite like Mark's approach to just on that previous subject of other reviewers that we follow. I quite like Mark's more sort of friendly, positive attitude to balance out my general disposition. Yeah, I quite like Mark in general.
Yes,
Yeah.
I like spending time with Mark on Wednesdays when he has his little live streams in his server. But I do quite like his review style, and just the flow of his videos is actually very.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think we could do better at that, and he's kind of a good example of what that looks like when it's really natural flowing. Yeah, just dialed in's a good word actually. Yeah. So on the topic of reviewers we follow, he's definitely one of the ones I do follow.
What about Erin?
Oh,
Yeah,
actually, your answer was pretty much spot on with mine. It's kind of like if there's something I really am interested in, I'm gonna get it myself. So I don't necessarily care about anybody's opinion. You know, I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's kind of the truth. But there are a few guys who I feel like do a really good job either in what they're presenting or how they're presenting it. Ron at New Record Day, I think, does a really good job. His videos are really long. Some of them are like 30 or 40 minutes long.
Yes.
But I think Ron does a really good job in trying to cover all the bases in his reviews. He definitely goes more in depth than I do. So I have to give him props for that.
Is it like measurements focused as well?
He has some measurements in there, but it's
I wouldn't call it measurement focused.
Yeah, not focused. I wouldn't say focused at all, but he does have measurements in there.
Okay.
So that's one thing I do appreciate about his reviews. But yeah, most of the time, if there's something I'm curious about and I kind of just want to get a general idea of it, I'll see if Audioholics has it, if ASR has it, or Soundstage Audio has it. And then I think those are probably Stereophile as well. Those would be my top 4 go-to quick references. But if there's something I'm really curious about, then I'm going to try to get it myself.
I suppose there's a like with the way that we might approach other platforms, oftentimes isn't necessarily to sort of see what people's opinions are, but rather just to sort of see what else is sort of out there, that's interesting. And I'm like that kind of like with Z reviews, right? Like, I mean, he covers a lot of things, and it's like, oh, I wonder if that would be something interesting to cover. I might see if I can get that in, stuff like that.
Yeah, I definitely have other friends who I watch, just because like Joe and Till, Chana Techno Dad, Youthman Michael. There's other guys that I'm probably forgetting now, but as far as trying to get data and stuff, there's not that many of them.
Yeah.
And so usually I'm going to have to default to just getting it myself.
Yeah, and the clip will remind me. That's like almost $100,000, right?
Yeah, I think it's like 120 to get the full setup that you need for the machine, and then the hardware, and then the software. Yeah. So
I wish because we in the headphone world we have there's the official stuff which is expensive, but then there's sort of this proliferation of clone couplers, clone rigs, and they're the barrier to entry
in the
is a
speaker
lot
world
lower.
is kind of the same thing,
Is
isn't
it?
it?
Okay.
Like you just take a UMIC one and it's kind of that works.
yeah, you
like
can
that,
do the,
like
the manual part. It's a lot of work to do what the clip will provide you. because the clipple just
Mhm.
basically negates having to use an anechoic chamber.
Yeah.
And you can approximate an anechoic response by doing there's a few different methods to do it, but I'm just telling you from experience, it's a pain. It used to take me like a bare minimum of 12 hours to get full spinorama data, which is 140 measurements. Well, I'm sorry,
Damn.
70 measurements for a speaker, but I would have to do it 140 times because I would have to do a gated response off the ground about 6 feet off, and then a ground plane response. And I would have to merge each one. So I'd have to do it on axis, 10 degrees, 20 degrees, do it every which way, horizontally and vertically.
And if we're gonna
The
get a
rigs that
speaker,
I've put together, yeah, I mean, and some of them, man, when it's summertime or when it's wintertime, you have to try to time it around the weather because it can't be too cold because that affects the bass response. And if it's too hot, then you're out there just dying, you know?
Jesus.
So I'm in North Alabama. It gets pretty brutal here.
yeah,
So the Clipple just made my life a whole lot easier.
yeah. Actually, just one other, just an aside here. Shout out to Gadget to Tech. That's another channel that I think is quite good for headphone stuff. Joe's stuff's very good. Actually, on the note of the Clipple, I think one thing DMS wants to do is like try to 3D print some sort of contraption that emulates that to make it simpler.
There's a group on DIYaudio.com who are trying to basically, they call it like I guess it's a NFS on a shoestring budget or something like that. They're trying to come up with the math and all that stuff for it. I think the math has been taken care of. Excuse me, but the machinery is another thing. So they're working on that. But honestly, like you don't have to have that. I think for a DIYer who's trying to get together some designs, if you take the time to research and understand how to do a proper gated measurement for your crossover, and then how to do a proper ground plane measurement for the bass and the mid range, then you're fine. You know, it's going to take you a lot longer, but it sure as heck ain't going to cost you that much money. But like as somebody who's trying to do them at a certain rate, I mean, the amount of time that I was spending away from family was the biggest issue for me back then. Now I'm divorced; it doesn't really matter. But you know, I don't want to be away from my kid too long either.
Right.
So yeah, it's very advantageous in terms of efficiency to have something like the Clipple NFS. But if you don't, man, it can still be done other ways. I've done it. I did it for a decade.
Damn.
I've been actively bullying the Linus Tech Tips people to start doing proper speaker measurements with their reviews, and they're always like, "We don't have an anechoic chamber." I'm like,
They don't need one.
Spend the time.
I've talked with one of their employees before. I was kind of hoping that maybe that talk would go somewhere kind of where we could like merge and we could do a collaboration that way. I would be all up for that. If they want to hire me to do their measurements and stuff like that, done. Let me know.
I will let Linus and Gary know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be very useful to them.
And us.
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
either of those guys on the level that I would know how to email them, but if you guys
Oh yeah,
know,
no, we know.
Yeah,
those
we
guys.
can help with that. Don't worry about that.
Their setup
But-
isn't that far from me. Like it's in the same city.
Oh,
The main annoyance with their stuff is that almost all of it is weird, like sound bars and active stuff where it's like,
Yeah.
You would have to get creative even with the spinorama.
yeah, even with the Clipple, it's because it sends out an analog signal, and it can do Bluetooth as well. But I've tried to figure out how I'm going to do sound bars when they start doing discrete information, discrete channels. You know, a center channel, a left channel, a right channel, and all that. I'm like, I don't know how to do that. I've thought about it, and if I took the time to email the folks at Clipple, we could probably come up with something. So if that's the route that Linus wants to go, then you guys have him get a hold of me, and I would love to have a legitimate conversation about doing that.
I have some ideas about that one because I think a lot of the synthetic surround channels use HRTF processing. So you might be able to do something based on known population average HRTFs and seeing if the actual sound that arrives. The problem is that some of them are room specific. So I think that for some of it, you will have to get into in-room measurements, which are
That's
gross.
That's easy.
Yeah.
So that's like in-room measurements are a cakewalk compared to anechoic measurements, especially without the Clipple. But yeah, that'd be cool.
God, that'd be so sick.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So, cool. Well, hey, I've got to split. I got to take my daughter and her friends to the mall.
Sure, we've
Back
taken
and
up a lot of
forth.
your
We
time.
have kept you for 3 hours and 15
No,
minutes.
man, I enjoyed it. I had a good time talking with all you guys. I've been watching the channel for a while now. You know what? I just realized I'm not sure if I'm even a subscriber. Y'all know how it is. Like, you'll get queued up. You'll
Yeah.
just watch a bunch of videos, and then you're like, "Oh shit, I'm not a subscriber to that channel." The person probably thinks I'm an asshole.
Here's the funny thing. I think I'm not subscribed to you on YouTube, but I am on Patreon.
There,
So I think that balances out.
perfect. Perfect. No, I appreciate your Patreon support, man.
I'm definitely a subscriber on YouTube, so and I think everybody else should follow suit. So chat
Samesies.
again,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God.
please.
It's not
subscribe
even a
to-
question.
Subscribe to Aaron's Audio Corner.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, do that
Worth
right
checking
now,
out.
or I'll come find you.
Follow donate to his Patreon. He needs another NFS to stack on top.
Yeah.
Yes.
Daisy
Yeah.
chain them together.
Yeah.
Make them. Yeah.
Fun
Well, thank you
history.
for joining, and thank you for all the wonderful stuff that you put out into the world. It's
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate it.
a
It was
wonderful thing.
it's good to get to talk audio with you guys, man. I really love this stuff, and so it's fun.
We'd love to have you back to have just a speaker-centric episode because our audience is the kind of people who buy clipshes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, some clip stuff is really good, and some of it is like, what? So who knows? But yeah, that'd be cool. I'm down for that. Y'all just let me know.
all right, man.
All right. We'll talk to y'all later. Take care.
Cheers. Likewise.
Later, Aaron.
Bye.
You're not getting off that easy, Brian.
I mean, the stream hasn't really gone off the rails,
No.
so
Yes.
I have no easy segue into just
Yeah.
like shutting it down.
I mean, I think we can achieve that, though.
Okay. Yes, I mean, with you around, chaos is bound to happen. How are you guys doing on your bingo cards?
Oh, I haven't been paying attention. I've just been enjoying conversation with my friends.
Okay.
Indeedy.
Yay.
All right. I have not achieved bingo yet. I'm missing.
Yeah, I know someone in chat got double bingo.
What?
So-
That's
Someone
not
in chat
possible.
got double bingo.
That's not
Yeah.
possible. That's not possible.
That's absolutely possible.
Okay. I'm gonna, given we have all headphone people here now, I want
Yeah,
to
sure.
take this opportunity to tell you guys specifically, I goddamn told you so about the Susvara Unveiled.
Oh,
I think it is.
About
I think it is
Listen.
probably unlikely that the people who are damaging the drivers are taking showers in metal filings like you guys were suggesting. Would be the only issue.
Who's you guys? I feel
What
like it
if
was
those
just.
diaphragms just did that? Hifimans do that.
I mean, this is one of those cases where, I mean, Occam's razor is maybe worth citing. The simplest answer could be the best,
Yeah,
or
but
most
I think
likely.
the simplest answer with Hifimans is that sometimes their diaphragms just shit themselves.
I mean, not.
This happened with the first Susvara. This happened with the HE1000. This happened with. I've seen personally multiple egg Fimans that had glued themselves to their own magnets.
Yeah, I have not seen. So far, we have two examples that two different units where we've seen punctured diaphragm, right?
Yes.
And this is a brand
Well, at least.
a brand new
Were
headphone.
they
And
both units that would be at shows?
so that was my thought. Maybe this was something it shows, but I don't actually know if that's the case. I think more research needs to be done into the actual cause of that. But
I will say something. I have two HE1000s, and both of them have punctured diaphragms.
Ha!
okay,
And that
but
has a grill.
okay,
I mean,
okay,
one
but,
of them was modded by you, though, right?
But and
So one
also,
of
Yeah,
also,
but I wasn't like stabbing screwdrivers through it.
no.
I was
But,
like,
but hold on. Over how long? These are brand new products that just came out.
mhm.
Or did
How
your
long
HE?
did it take you to
Yeah.
puncture both of yours?
It's when did I get it? Okay, it's okay. To be fair, it got punctured like maybe 2 years ago, and I got it like maybe 4 years ago.
So several
2
years.
years,
Several
I'm just
several
saying,
years.
So a few
after-
years.
After the HE1000 launch, I remember seeing multiple. It's already dead posts on Reddit
okay.
within like
How-
days.
All right. Let's say let's suppose that these are just shitting themselves on their own.
I'm just
right?
saying, what if JFK's head just did that?
Yeah, that's exactly what you're. That is exactly what you're saying. My question would be, how many do we need to see before before you start to realize that this is a problem.
I mean, to be fair, I think people needed to see 0 before they
Yeah,
realized
that's
it was a
actually true.
problem.
It was
Like, I think everyone
self-evident.
immediately acknowledged
Yeah,
it as
everyone
a
agrees
meme,
it's a
except
problem,
for the
isn't it?
people who buy memes.
Here's the thing, though. I need to see more than an average number of Hifiman flagship products that die in the first 3 days of ownership before I'm like, this is a distinct problem. Like, this is dumb, but Hifiman does have kind of a history of this.
I mean, yeah, I won't deny that there are that there are situations where those drivers have spontaneously combusted, for lack of a better explanation. I have not
I don't know about bursting
gluing
into
them-
flames. Let's.
Yeah, we haven't done that. They have
spontaneously
glued
shitted
themselves to
themselves,
their
yeah, or whatever, right?
and
I-
torn themselves to pieces.
The thing is, I have never seen that happen, and I've seen many Hi-Fi-Man drivers.
You've sent me Hifimans that had that problem.
No, not Hi-Fi-Mans. I've
Yes,
sent
you
you
have.
other planars where I've sent you Hi-Fi-Mans that were where the one channel didn't work, but that wasn't because of the driver or the diaphragm. That was because of the connector.
Well, no, on the one that you like, 2 of the ones that you sent me were that it was both.
Okay, there is one example where I sent it to you where we were actively taking the driver out of the chassis and putting it back in. And in that scenario, I will grant that there may have been an issue with the diaphragm. But that kind of
diaphragm
doesn't,
should
that's not
get
normal
glued
use
to
for
the
these
magnets
headphones.
under any circumstances.
Most people are not
There
removing.
should not be glue on the back of the magnets.
Okay, that
Or on the
I
diaphragm.
will grant that's
You
an
meant
issue. But
literally
even in that
glue.
case, there was no puncture. It was just that there was glue on the back
Well,
of the
eventually there
diaphragm.
was, because the diaphragm has to come off the fucking magnets and some of it stays there.
Yeah, but it didn't in that case. It wasn't. But the
Okay, so
one
moral of the
example
story
the
is
one
that-
example was because we were removing it from the actual cup. And then no, the one
I've
the-
seen that happen to dozens.
no, I know, but
of
the one
Hifimans.
example of the one that I sent you was from us
Guys,
actually having
It
done
doesn't
that.
matter. Does
It
not
matters.
matter.
It matters. This is one of my I told you so's.
One
It's
in
not
chat
just
is
people bathing in
accusing
metal
Andrew
filings.
of
Well, that part I think.
applying a
I think-
different kind of glue.
No, I think what Andrew's so ardently making a point about is a point that doesn't really need to be made to
No,
anyone
because you guys
watching
you
the
guys
stream.
agree with me, all right? I'm just
Yeah,
giving you shit.
everyone
for
in the stream agrees that the
Well,
Suscar
yeah.
unveiled lacking a
It's-
grill is a meme.
it.
Yeah. it's a meme. We all agree it's a meme.
We all agree
You're
it's a
the
meme.
only one who's really upset about it. Though.
Yes. Because
Well, to be fair, I mean,
it could have been
people
good.
do keep poking fun at him specifically about it.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's mostly Blaine, you, and Taryn.
I don't
Well, it's
poke
Aaron
fun
and
at
I
you about it at all.
Okay, it's mostly Blaine and Taryn,
Aaron
but
and I, because you keep bringing it up. And then
because it
we're
could
like,
have
"It's
been
not really
great.
that much of-" Oh my god.
So as far as one of my favorite headphones. So to the idea of an upgrade, right, is like this really fascinating thing, and then to have it be something that I am not able to use because I'm
I'm not able to use, he says, with it on his head.
Well, he has the veils on.
no, I took them
No,
off
he doesn't.
because
Oh, you
it
took
sounded
them off?
horrible. It
Coward.
sounded so bad.
Coward.
Yeah.
Never mind. Roast this guy, Blaine.
He's a hypocrite.
He's
No,
a
I'm
hypocrite.
using it specifically for this stream, just because I wanted to put it in throw it in your faces.
Not a good enough excuse.
I would have used the 490 Pro. By the way, frequency response of this, kind of similar to the 490 Pro.
Yeah, I mean everything's tuning to that
It's
signature.
kind of, it's not a bad.
Yeah.
Not, not bad at all.
Got that flat bass, scoop mid, little bit of extra treble thing. It's not unique.
Issue
I
400 SE for $80 is actually a good deal if
Yeah.
I mean, they've been around that price for a while
So,
now, right?
I'm gonna
I
make
know, it's nice.
an executive
I
decision
would
on
recommend it if you don't have
the.
$100.
I'm gonna make an executive decision on the stream here, and Crinacle, I apologize if this is going late for you, but
I mean, it's 3 a.m. Well, nothing's changed.
I'm gonna say now is a great time for spicy hour from the chat and just general chat interactions. If you guys are
Yeah,
cool
let's
with
pay
that.
attention to the chat a little bit,
All right.
huh?
I've
Wasn't there
added the
supposed to
tag.
be a
This
super-
is we're now in the spice must flow time. So folks, let's get your takes
Sorry.
here.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Blaine.
Wasn't Mr. Super supposed to do an interview with Dimitri Head?
Yeah, he's doing that in 35 minutes.
Okay.
On his own channel.
Well, let's end this one then, and
I would say let's end at 4, and then we'll go right into MRS.
Yeah, I want to go over there and troll Dimitri
I wish.
again.
Is there a way to like host?
I don't think Dimitri is going to be on there. I think it's just Freddie.
Okay.
Feel free to
that's
correct
fucked.
me, Mark.
Why don't I?
I'm no
Is Mark
longer
in the
as
chat?
interested.
I don't see Mark.
He was.
I would
don't know.
enjoy trolling Mark, I suppose.
Yeah.
Trolling Mark's always fun.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
All right, let's see some of the takes here. From Rob, just glue the DCA meta stuff into the outside recession.
Big brain. That's a big brain.
I love Rob.
Yeah, Rob is consistently the best shit poster in this chat.
it's
and
funny,
the rest of you need to step your game
But
up.
like, I kind of want to know what that would be like. You know, like if you just added the
metamaterial
meta
as
material
rear
to the outside. What's that?
Like metamaterial as rear damping?
The way put the
Yeah, I
put
mean,
the DCA would
would-
just cover it with
damp
that
it.
stuff. Yeah,
They would
yes.
damp it.
It would damp it. There you go.
By the way, and I mentioned we have a review coming out on this. It's a joint review between me and Cameron. I wanted to note for your guys' benefit. This is super nerdy shit, but the resonance frequency for this is actually higher than the original Susvara
For that unit.
Oh.
for both units that I tested. But
Wow.
this unit, not much higher, a bit higher, but also on the Susvara, the Q value is quite high for the resonance frequency, suggesting to me
Higher than the unveiled?
no, similar. I mean, when
Just
you
in
add,
general.
you
Just
can't-
in general,
yeah,
the
in
Q
general,
for
yeah,
the- okay.
yeah, higher than what you get with the circular ones, right? Because the circular ones have the grill that kind of,
Add some resistance.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
dampens.
Which to me, it like. So to back up, the reason why this product exists, I have to feel in part is because of people taking the grills off of all their Hifiman headphones, right? Like there's like
It is a common mod.
yeah, that's like
Oh
the thing
yeah,
people
no, I
do.
mean this is just Hyperman selling what people
The
did
concept,
already.
right? But on the original Susvara, it already had a high resonance frequency. So any tangible difference, sorry, already had a high Q, so undamped basically, or low damping. And so the benefit that you would get from removing the grills is sort of not there.
Yeah, I mean, so like the people who would do the grill mod on the Hi-Fi-Mans, they were basically always on the circular ones.
Yes.
On the egg-shaped Hi-Fi-Mans, and I include Susvara in that, even though it, is a little
It's
bit more
kind of,
round.
yeah.
My complaint with those was never that they were not open enough.
Or that they, because like, okay, but people didn't realize what was actually happening acoustically when they were doing that mod. They maybe were wearing glasses or had some sort of leak.
Okay, but
And this
here's
was
the
increasing the bass, probably, right?
a lot of them were just insane.
I know, but what I'm saying is they didn't realize, what was necessarily going on.
And like not even insane. I think they were actually trying to do exactly what like Hi-Fi-Man was trying to do with Susvara Unveiled, which is like bring more of a subjective sense of openness.
But
to
but
it,
but
like,
for but
more
I
than anything with
but here's the
bass.
thing. I actually think a lot of those people they did experience a difference in sound quality when they modded the grills.
Oh, maybe,
and that's the thing that it's like you wouldn't say to them, "Oh no, it's just your imagination," because there is a tangible acoustic effect to doing that, right? It's just that in the case of the Susvara, that effect isn't real. Right? Like that effect wouldn't take place. So
Someone
know,
in
like
chat
that-
has posted the spiciest take without a fucking pepper emoji.
okay, let's go for
just
it.
to close that out.
Sorry,
That's why I want you to make a grill for the Susvara,
Yes,
so you can actually
yes.
test how that works.
Yeah. So we
Sorry.
have
What-
the magnet paper.
Magnetic fume film.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's
Which
the
incidentally can also be sucked into the driver. Be careful about that.
Nice.
Well, just don't put it on sideways. Anyway,
seen-
someone in chat
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
what? Someone in chat said IEMs are the king for the sub 500 price range. I hate this take.
All right, so I'm gonna. This is
Very
this is a bingo card.
I mean, if
I
you
I
lop off a
disagree.
zero, maybe.
I actually disagree because the JBL 305 exists.
what?
based.
Oh, for the speakers.
Yeah.
Good take.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
assume because he's saying like I assume that his take was that if you have less than $500 to spend, your IEMs are going to be better than any headphone or speaker. And to me, I'm like, no, JBL True 5s.
But I do think there's
Yeah.
a threshold for that at some point, right?
It also
Where
depends on
I
what
am
you care
better?
about. Because
Yeah,
if you
like
care about
$20,
bass
I
extension,
guess.
you're not getting it.
Oh, definitely $20. I think even
Yeah,
higher
$20
than
bucks.
that.
Here's the
$20
thing.
is IEMs, that's for sure. But how
100
far do you have to go?
$100 maybe?
50 bucks maybe?
100?
$100? Yeah, I think $100 is a good number for
Yeah.
REM supremacy.
Like we were kind of
Yeah.
trying to think about in last stream, like what is
What's
a
a
genuinely
good
good $100
headphone?
headphone? Yeah, it's hard to think of
Yeah.
that.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
$100
there's no
at
bass.
Hexa, and I like, no headphone at under $100 beats the Hexa. So
Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree.
I would say that under, well, whatever the HD6XX is for, pretty much, is just like a
220.
benchmark.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Or
where I would
any-
Yeah, but it's not. It's 160 right now.
Yeah, it's
Right
like
now
170.
it's 160.
170.
Yeah, it's crazy.
clearing
Good price
stuff
for
off.
Yeah.
Buy 6XX.
Buy a
Yeah,
$6XX.
easiest
Email
way to
It's
do
not what
Sennheiser send me
headphones.com wants us to tell you.
No, I'm
Wait,
just
no, it's $199. It's not
Oh, it's
160.
back to.
oh, okay.
I guess it
No,
was just
Oh,
ruined.
trying to compete with Prime
Ruined.
Day or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
No,
It was
I'll
their
I'll
fake
just
Prime Day.
I'll invoice
Prime
Sennheiser
Day.
later for my shilling of their stuff on all platforms. I mean, I chill the
Super
490
Review
Pro.
is saying cost is better than IEMs. This is a terrible take, also.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, wait, Mark. What head guy do you have on your stream?
The description in the server says Freddy.
Sad.
Freddy's great.
No Dimitri, no visit.
Yes, but
Freddy's
I
great.
think Freddy is less fun to troll, which is
Oh, okay.
Blaine's
Yeah.
primary interest.
Gotcha.
I just like Dimitri. He's fun.
Dimitri is a gem in the audio industry, and yes,
What is Dimitri's title? Is he product designer?
I don't actually know. Head acoustics engineer.
Headphone guy. Headphone guy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Super
Head of
says,
R&D.
I'm not saying cost is better than IEMs. It's just good.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's fair.
well, the KSC is. The Porta Pro's bad.
I agree. Much
Bad
to
takes.
Metal 571's chagrin. I think he sent me
takes
the
all
Porta Pro,
around.
so shout outs to Metal 571.
Y'all
Capra.
need to try the Meyer Audio SL41.
Oh,
Is
hold
this
on,
the hot
we
take?
missed a whole bunch of spicy takes here. Capra Audio says, if we are moving more towards sources don't really matter, that takes away a huge chunk of the hobby. We need more drama in the hobby to keep us entertained.
Good take.
That is
Good take.
It was a good
take.
It's like the best case for source memeing is the drama that it provides. Okay. The IEMs. Wait, are IEMs killing headphones market? And do we see at some point there will be no flagship headphones? I don't think so.
No.
I mean,
No.
the
the
headphone
headphone market is
way
commenting.
faster.
Yeah, and it's not like IEMs are the ones killing the headphone market. The headphone market is killing the headphone market.
Well, because
Yeah, there you
they're
go.
just going like they're making stuff that costs $8,000, or
Yeah,
because
they're
it's
just not doing anything.
there's
interesting.
no
They're just not
innovation.
doing shit.
Yeah.
The best like mid-fi headphone is still the HD600, and it was released in when?
Yep.
1996. Was it 1992? I forget.
Yeah.
1993.
Yeah,
It's
it
older than I
blows
am.
my mind that like that's the case, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, there are other good mid-fi stuff out there, like Sundaras,
Like
and
like
what-
some hi-fi mans, the
Yeah.
the 400 SE is not bad.
HE6
And then-
SEV2 is pretty good,
Yeah, but like, let's be honest. None
Like,
of that
I'm
even
struggling
gets the
to
mid-range
name it.
close.
Yeah.
And that's like the most important.
Actually,
part.
Hi-Fi Man products have been. I didn't even realize how cheap some of them are getting, but like you can
Oh yeah,
get
no, I mean,
you can get what the Edition XS was like under $300 recently somewhere.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
get an Eggy Man for like $250.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Arias are like
It's really good
$650.
value,
It's crazy.
but only if you EQ.
Yeah, of course, as a platform, right?
Also, I've mistrusted Eggy Mans ever since I fucking measured one and it had the second worst resonance I've ever encountered in a headphone
Was it at
after the
4
fucking
kilohertz?
4 to
1060.
6K
yeah,
region.
No, it was like 1K. It was
Oh.
weird. It
Oh,
would go
that
like
is strange.
stroing if you flicked it.
I've
Not a
not-
lot of them have that issue,
no,
but it
I've
was
not come
fucking
across that.
weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know. Like if I wasn't gonna buy an HD 600, I would seriously consider one of the Eggymans as a platform for the money that you're getting.
If I was buying, I would 100% buy an Eggman.
Yeah, they're so much cheaper now than they used to be, and it's a good deal.
Do you think that they like it when we call them Eggymans?
I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't know if they care. Okay. Moving on. JVC and Sony were on new meta of upper mids and treble long before the new meta was a thing. I think this is in reference to IM specifically, right?
Wait, what were the brands?
JVC and Sony.
Which JVC?
Yeah, that's a very important question. Same for Sony, actually.
Because I'm like mentally looking through like the FD series, the FW series, and even some of the
maybe
FX
FW
series. Maybe FX series was the thing. No, it's not.
I think maybe like FW 10K is like raw DF instead of like
yes,
DF.
But even then they had a lot of 2K, or was it like 1K? Yeah. So
I think
no,
I think it was 2K.
No. Yeah. So no, they didn't. They weren't
and
ahead
then
of
for
the
Sony,
curve.
it's just the IER M series. It's literally just M7 and M9.
M9, yeah, that's what people.
Yeah.
M7
No,
and
the M
M9.
series still had a lot of like 1 and 2K as well. They just had the lower mid hump.
Depends.
Yeah,
it
yeah.
depends on how you're defining new meta in a sense, I guess.
Yeah, and how you're normalizing. I think Crin is right.
Because for Griffin, it would be definitely about the filling in the lower mids, right? As it,
yeah, those would still have too much for me.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Pop-Tarts taste great. That is a spicy take there.
It tastes like cardboard.
Yes, with frosting on it though.
Yeah, frosted cardboard.
The frosting also kind of tastes like cardboard.
Yeah, you're not wrong actually.
It's just sweet cardboard. Question for Crin: Are 5K or 6K IEMs are product of reviewers? Oh, okay.
Has
so
anyone ever been so far as to even?
Okay, don't you go saying it wrong.
No.
Okay, it's 5
No,
to
but,
6K. Okay, the high end IM industry is
Yeah.
it due to reviewers? Partially, yeah. I mean, but for the most part, it's due to the customers. If there's demand, then
right.
yeah.
What are
I
your
say that
thoughts?
every day. Don't blame the supply, blame the demand.
Yeah.
And that's why I run.
And
a
as far as
macro.
I'm concerned, I've talked shit about many expensive IEMs, and they still sell out like hotcakes. So it's clearly not the reviewer's fault.
Yeah, the issue is not the reviewer.
It's the fact that people are buying them.
Yeah,
It's the fact that there's an industry. Yeah. Sorry?
I was gonna say to an extent, like that even takes onus off of the manufacturers a little bit because like they're just doing what they know will sell. Like they're a business, they got to succeed.
Their
and
job
people
is to make
are going
money.
to spend on
It's
wild.
like let's say something like the one that used to be really expensive was the Aureolus Traily.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone who looks at the Traily for like a few seconds and knows how IEMs are made would know that is the cost to make one is nowhere close to the price.
Yeah,
but
or like
they still
anything
sell
Unique
because
Melody
people
has been doing for the past like 2 years.
But it still
in the
sells because people look at
Yeah.
the price tag and be like, expensive IEMs equals good, and I should buy because it must be good, and they just buy it. And
Yeah.
you
Now,
know,
to be fair, completely within their right to do so. And if that's the fun part of the hobby for them, you know, buying like
Let
audio
them,
jewelry,
yeah.
go for it. But it does kind of skew the demand in a direction that I think does make manufacturers have to work less hard.
it becomes
make
the
it fair.
whole like, I mean, we raised this analogy before, the whole like mechanical watch situation where you're just buying it because they're doing something weird or they're doing something unnecessarily complex, which is kind of the case with me. Okay. But you're paying more for the fact that it's wow, we're doing something special rather than the fact that it's actually sounds well good. But that's a contentious topic. Someone would probably come after me and saying like Crin is saying that high IMs aren't actually that good, which I would agree, but that's a different topic.
What are your
Crin is saying high-end IEMs aren't actually that good.
Yeah, I mean, so are
well, not relative to the price.
Well, some of
My
them can
ranking
be
list
good.
has made it very clear.
Yeah. So I had a question for you on that. What are your thoughts on the Subtonic Storm?
I do think that it is unnecessarily complex.
Oh, right.
honestly.
Yeah. But it'd be for the sound quality.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, I think, the complexity.
The sound quality is good. It's a genuinely good IEM. But I've said this to Subtonic before, and again, they're my friends. I don't know why it costs, or at least okay, I know why it costs $5,000. It's because it's unnecessarily complex.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they
But
didn't
that's
need to
also-
do all that
Yeah,
to get an
yes.
IEM.
I realize
that
now. I think I
was
maybe
like
asked you
that.
that already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone
So
in chat is
again, like I won't review it because I also want them to succeed. I want Subtonic to succeed. So that's my bias. But at the same time, I also can recognize as an IM maker, I was like, damn, 7 crossovers. Why? Why though?
It's a
Right.
lot.
Someone in chat asks, "Have you? Are the high senior Mega 5
Megafest.
EST the best?" No,
Megafest.
it's not. It's Mega
Yes.
5
No.
EST,
There's only one way to say
the
this.
best
and it's
Mega
IEM in
Megafest.
the world.
Is
So
the what?
Is the
Is the
Megafest the
Megafest-
best IEM in the world?
IEM in the
No,
world.
it's not. It doesn't even have
Well,
noise canceling, guys.
The
True.
next the next video that I'm gonna post on Hangout.audio would probably be the Mega 5 EST, and yeah, it's a great IEM. It's what I'll call the plain water IEM, where
That's-
it's like you don't buy it when you genuinely want something that's
Okay,
flavored to a certain
hot
extent.
take. Plain water is really fucking good.
Plain water.
Exactly.
Plain
So
water
that's the thing,
sustains
but-
me.
But then you
Plain
have
is
the
not
obese
nearby,
fucks who be
Santa.
like, I only
Not
drink
after
Coke or
countries.
Diet Coke, and I can't stand these kind of signatures. And I'm like, all right, you know what? Do you? But this is really good plain water.
You know, for people who don't like plain water, there's that headphone, the Eris, I think that.
The
that-
Zeos
that's-
headphone?
Yeah, that's
oh,
flavored. You know, it's not.
That's indeed a flavor. Yes.
All right.
But I don't know. Okay, here's the thing. We rag on the Aries, but I haven't even seen a
I-
squiggly line of it.
I know.
Oh,
I've
it's-
asked for
it's,
it.
Oh,
I've heard it.
no.
I've
It's
heard
exactly
it.
what
Can
you
you link
expect.
me?
It's like the V shape of all V shapes.
Can you
Oh,
link me
no, okay.
this measurement?
So the only
I haven't seen
measurement
it.
I've been able to find was a comparative measurement between the Eris and the Athena. So the Athena was the pre-collab semi-open back that he did with Harmonic Dyne, and then Eris was basically like a retune of that. And the Athena is basically tuned like the 490 Pro or like a Hi-Fi Man or anything like that, a little bit on the warmer side,
Right.
and not as bright. The Eris basically takes that and just adds a massive bass shelf with a corner frequency at like 600 hertz. Let me see
Nice.
if I could find it, and it has more treble too.
I heard it. I heard it at Munich High End, and it wasn't the worst thing that I heard at the show. I didn't hate it as much as I hated some other things at the show. So I'll say that much.
Wow. Okay, I actually found that really quickly. Let me. Let's.
I actually
Question from Lone Boys.
preferred it over the Grell
Personally,
phone, to be honest.
Lone Boys asks, would you buy the HE1 over a similar priced pair of speakers? And I think that's probably to each of us.
No.
No, I didn't even
God,
like
no,
HE1 that
no.
much.
I like the HE1 a lot. I still wouldn't pay fucking
Yeah.
60 grand.
I thought it was
for a
pretty good. I
headphone.
would not. No.
It's mid.
If I had 60 grand to spend on audio, that's going to speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Straight to the A351, man.
I don't even know. Like maybe with 60 grand, you could get you could either get like a surround setup of the ones.
I was
or
going to
you
say
could
more
get-
than two 833 ones would probably
Yeah.
be a choice.
You could do that, or you could do something like some of those really like the various European brands with the cardioid base setups. Like with that amount of money, I would actually go to like a high end showroom and demo a few different high end speakers.
A lot of the ones at those high end shows are not good, just so you know.
No, he said a showroom.
Oh, showroom.
Yeah,
Okay.
not a show.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, like the majority of the manufacturers that make good speakers seem to only be carried by like some hole in the wall in Belgium. But I'd just go there if I had 60 grand to spend on
guess,
speakers.
yeah.
So.
Yeah. And then I would buy 20 subs minimum.
Yeah, you would. 24 dB.
I mean, that is not enough.
you
actually,
would
for
buy
what
24
is-
to match your 24.
I would buy
dB tilt.
5,000 subs.
Okay, here we go. Next one. HBB started his channel thrashing high-end IEMs and saying Chi-Fi IEMs are better. I remember he trashed CA Solaris and said BGVP DM0 were better, but look at his top-ranked IEMs. I haven't.
To be
I
fair,
can't answer this because I
flashing
don't know.
campfire audio is not a bad thing.
It's like pirating Adobe products.
There's an analogy that I hadn't considered.
My dislike of campfire audio and Hawaii Bad Boy aside, I'm not really sure what the question here is. Is it saying these hypocritical?
I think so, but I can't
I'm
really
not
comment
sure
on this
either.
because I haven't seen his ranking things, and then I also don't know about the BGVP DM0. I may have reviewed
Yeah, I
a
know nothing about that.
BGVP IM. I don't know if I reviewed that one though, so I
Yeah,
can't
they're,
really.
they're like irrelevant now. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter anymore.
I don't really know.
There you have it, folks.
Half of the IMs considered good and expensive wouldn't pass blind tests against cheap, well-reviewed IMs in the hobby. So
Sure, I would agree. Yeah.
there is something here though.
Maybe, yeah.
So
I think half is actually quite a low number. I think
Yeah,
probably
80%.
90.
in blind
Yeah.
tests,
I mean, there are very not many well-tuned IEMs out there in the grand scheme of
So
things. Like
the-
there are many IEMs.
the funny thing is though about this is that if you took in the, let's say, cheaper, well-reviewed IEMs, I'm not even well-reviewed, just like the in the category cheaper IEMs, right? You would have a ton of them that are like Harman-esque, you know, like you have like the variations and, you know, that those variations are more expensive, but you get the idea. It would be that kind of sound signature because that's.
I don't think I would want the variations after seeing Constantine's data on it.
No, I know. Yeah,
Very
that's
good
true
point.
actually. But okay, so like something with that similar kind of sound signature, right? Like Harman-esque. You know, that. I mean, there's
Then
tons
you've
of
got
them.
it mute when you type.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure that in a blind test, overwhelmingly, I would prefer not those IEMs compared to some of the higher end ones, depending on the higher end ones, because there are some higher end ones that are just bizarro, right? So I think it really depends which cheaper IEMs you're considering, and then also the listener, right? Because I definitely fall into that category of population average preferred. And I actually think all of us here do, except for Blaine. I don't know where Blaine falls in the IEM landscape.
That's where he falls. Just
He-
two middle fingers.
IEMs aren't real, and this crosses off another thing on our bingo
Just
card.
get that out of my face. That's his take.
I mean,
Yeah.
well, do you know what I use when I need to use earphones?
Yeah, you use
Are,
your.
are you still using the
unoccluded
open air
things.
ones?
Yeah, little Bose open boys.
Yeah.
I thought you said
Uh,
coping boys for a second, and I was gonna be like, no, that's the
I mean,
opposite.
they are in a sense.
No, not really.
According to DMS, Megafest is better than HU1. Griffin probably agrees.
I don't think DMS said that. I think that he said like I hear things on this that I didn't hear.
Yeah, this
on
guy's
the
just making
HU1.
stuff up at this point. I don't know.
Which I mean, let's be clear: lying on the internet is good and based.
It's a
I
requirement.
actually don't think I would agree there, though.
Megafest, you don't think Megafest is better than HU1?
No, the HE1 had nicer treble on my head. And if I had to choose between slightly too
Yeah.
cold mids and slightly too warm mids, I would choose slightly too warm mids, which is also HE1. So
Okay. Plain water tastes like something and tastes like something and tastes good.
base take. Good
Yep.
take.
I like it.
We love that.
Any headphones less punchy than an HE6 isn't worth it.
That's all
Disagree.
headphones.
Disagree.
That's all headphones, including headphones with very good tuning that
I
I would take
think
over
that's a terrible
HE6
take.
10 times out of 10.
Because no,
Especially
it gets,
because HE6 comfort is awful.
Well,
It's
okay,
atrocious.
but this also like
I would describe it as below par.
it's really bad.
this is the soapbox that I get on all the time. I like the HE6. I have it here, and it's one of my favorite headphones of all time.
Yeah, it's a fun
But-
headphone.
But if there's something in the treble that is not quite right, and I would say for the HE6 that is the case, it doesn't matter how good your bass is. That's my soapbox.
It looks like someone else has requested entry, Andrew, to our chat here.
If okay, never mind. I'm phrasing. A Dongless appears. A wild Dongless.
Unexpected guest appears.
So
Get
you know
that
what's-
on your bingo cards, people.
Hold on. For some reason, it's not populating in. Oh,
the
because I need to
stream?
do the embed again. I will do the embed again. 1 second. You're not on
do
stream yet. You know,
I don't. They can't see you yet.
They can't see you yet, so I'm just. I need to do the embed again, and that's why.
And also, I don't know if you want your name to be what is shown on screen.
Why not?
Do you care? I don't know if he's.
It's not. It doesn't show the names on this. On the.
It doesn't. Okay,
not
that's
for
good.
me, at least.
Never mind then.
All right, he's on.
I didn't know
he's
your
not.
middle name was Lothario. That's interesting. Interesting choice by your parents.
Wait. Okay. It's.
Yeah, the 14th.
Yeah, no, he's still not showing up.
Ah, that's weird. I have him
Hey.
included, but I wonder why. Do I need to?
Maya TL with a good take.
Donglis, help me. Do I need to post the embed again? Like redo the embed if somebody new joins?
I don't think so.
I should point out that we are now currently cutting into Mr. Super's stream.
Not quite. We have 10 minutes, but
Why isn't Donglis showing up?
Fair enough.
I don't understand how this is supposed to function.
How what's supposed to function?
Because I've added him. We can see him. He's in
Yes,
the
we can.
embed,
Oh,
but he's not on
lovely.
stream.
Invisible Douglas.
We have invisible Donglis. Yeah.
that's not what you want.
No, not at all.
Can they hear Douglas? Though?
Maybe.
I can't even hear Douglas. Oh, wait, I hear him.
Can chat hear?
Hello.
Here
If I do
now?
it like this, I'm gonna redo it here.
MTL says, mock the Bose earbuds all you like, but the acoustical engineering in them is likely more sophisticated than the HE1.
Chat
I
cannot-
said this in chat. That's probably not true, but they're probably. I would
You're
put them
all
on a
gone now.
comparable tier.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Everybody's here now, except
Like
Okay.
making
Aaron is
open
included.
earphones is really hard, but also making the HE1 was really fucking hard because they did it hard on purpose.
They did do that.
Okay, so I'm not like echoing through everything, am I? Like it's decent.
Chat is gonna have to
Yeah,
tell us
sounds
that. You sound
fine.
fine to me.
Why is Dead Aaron here?
I know. This is
It's okay.
this
We
is
can remember him.
Always in memory.
Mhm.
So, I was just gonna start my own random little stream because I just have to get through this whole stack of papers. I've already done all these.
What
And then
are
I
those
realized
papers?
Still streaming. These are the. Let me do this one real quick and I'll show you. These
It's
are the
13.
letters that go in the box with Omega because we're that close to shipping them.
Oh, okay. Omega people, whoever ordered one in chat, they're going out soon. You can see.
Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
hard
hold
work
on,
here.
wait. Donless. I
Hi.
have a thing for you. One sec.
Oh, we're also building a tool today so that people can download their frequency response of their own unit.
For all of
Wow.
them?
Yeah, for all of them. Every single
Th-
person will be able to download the FR of their unit.
That's awesome.
Yeah, boy.
But you're also providing them in the box, right?
I'm providing a URL in the box.
Oh,
to
okay,
where
okay,
you
okay.
can
I get
download
it.
them.
I get it.
I figured that'd be the easier way to do it because people might lose this piece of paper.
Right.
Very
Sure.
fair.
Timmy says open back headphones are not worth the money because you can only enjoy them fully when you're alone and in a quiet place.
Agreed.
I would agree.
Yeah.
There's only two viable options: speakers at home, IEMs outside. Headphones are just useless.
Okay, but see, some of us happen to live in spaces where if we listened to music,
Do not care.
it would impose upon
Do
other
not
people.
care.
Well, okay, well,
We are
it's-
audiophiles. We make it work.
I
Also,
we make
someone-
it work.
hot take in chat that I strongly agree with. Next live stream guest should be Lachlan and Metal 571. Strong
Ooh.
agree.
One
Wait,
thing I
Lachlan
which
from
which
Passion
Lachlan?
for
Yeah,
Sound?
like what are we
no,
talking about?
not
Here?
Lachlan-
no. Good
Lachlan
Lachlan.
likes to
Good
sing.
Lachlan. Okay, yes. I would be very happy to have Good Lachlan on.
Man,
There
I
is a
fucking
thing that I
miss
use-
Lachlan.
there is a thing I use closed back headphones for, and it's when IEMs hurt my ears, then I use closed backs.
Valid.
You know what doesn't hurt your ears, Douglas?
Speakers?
Speakers.
Yeah, but you know what doesn't work? When I'm trying to drown out background noise, and if I did it with speakers, I have to play them at like 100 something decibels.
Hey, Douglas, you know what doesn't?
You
Yeah,
could
but
use the
then-
thing on Blaine's finger,
But it's the tuning is not good.
but no
It's-
We
big
care we
fine.
care about sound quality here. All right.
See, the
You
thing is
care.
that like I do a lot of editing and a lot of listening and stuff like that, and my washing machine is just loud enough. That's
Yeah.
really annoying.
Same
So
with my air
closed back
conditioner.
solves that.
Yeah.
Oh, you should get a new washing machine.
You know, My pet peeve with all
I actually upgraded my dishwasher.
Audiophile washing machine.
No, I literally got a new dishwasher because it's in like my
what's
living
the
room.
frequency response of the washing machine?
Well, no, the old one was like 65 dB at like a meter. The new one is like 33. It's such a sick upgrade.
I think
Also,
Brazil
my
might have
fridge
the
stopped
same,
making this
washing
horrible
machine.
screaming noise.
Love that.
Yeah.
Brazil,
I
don't we have
got
the
it.
same washing machine?
No, I don't think so.
I think we do.
Is it like the one that goes into the sink?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we do then. Yeah.
I think that you showed me a picture of it once, and I was like, I have that same one.
Weird that I would have showed you a picture of a washing
Wow,
machine.
washing machine bros.
I'm just like, oh, I wonder what washing machine DMS used. I'm just going to quickly send him a photo of mine.
I think
That's exactly what
fallen asleep.
It was deep into an evening
Uh,
when we were playing video games.
okay. Yeah. No, that's
So-
probably good.
Oh,
no,
are
no,
people
but hold on,
allergic
hold
to
on, hold on.
reviewing the
I just-
Audio Monarch Mark III.
hold on,
There
hold
are
on,
so
hold on,
little
hold on.
reviews of them.
I just
What's
have
up?
to say, just on that last spicy take about open back headphones versus like IEMs, the reason why IEMs, and Blaine might hate this, but the reason why IEMs are good for the universe is the most annoying thing is when you're around people who are watching videos on their phones or playing games on their phones, like on an airplane, and they're not using IEMs, and they're
That's
just
why I carry a
blasting.
knife.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. My pet peeve right now, because I've been like traveling a lot, and like some of the planes that I was on recently, it was just like people doing that, like everybody doing that, and I was like, why? It's just so inconsiderate and so
Those
annoying.
aren't people.
yeah.
Those aren't even humans, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I would agree.
Now, I have to say, in the office, I'm that person because right now you guys are playing out through my laptop speakers.
Oh,
You're not
asshole.
even human.
Isaac's over on the other side of the office. He's building Omegas back there.
Hey,
Oh.
shout outs
Hello,
to Isaac.
Isaac.
Shout outs to Isaac.
He's great. He always has like wireless IEMs in and is like listening
See?
to podcasts.
He is a
And I'm
human.
the terrible one who's like listening to videos.
yeah,
out
that's a
loud.
human.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
real
So
person.
there's one.
I'm
so
not a
only
real
one
person.
human is involved in making Omegas, and it's not Douglas.
All right, so why are there so few reviews of the Monarch Mark III? I don't actually know, and in my instance, I just never. I've heard it, but
I think Caleb reviewed it. Didn't
yeah,
he?
I think he did, but it never came across my desk as. I think it like came across my desk and then immediately went to one of the people reviewing it. So I didn't.
It was mid anyway. It was
Yeah.
fine. Yeah, you're fine. You didn't miss anything.
Used audio. I mean, this person probably owns one. Is kind of hoping for some validation. I mean, not that I know.
Sorry,
I'm
no
just saying.
validation. Didn't like it.
But you also don't like anything that has treble. So take Professor Warmpoo's take here with the
The trouble
grain of
with that
salt.
one was no, it was definitely a little trouble forward. The mids were the bigger issue with that one.
Okay. I don't remember. I just remember I liked the Monarch Mark II. I agree with Crinacle on the Monarch Mark II. I thought that was a
I
good
do not.
IEM.
By the
Yeah.
way, Crin, I haven't said hi. Hi. I haven't seen you in a while.
Hi.
I-
Hello,
did
Mr.
I-
Douglas Marcus.
Hello, Mr. Crinacle. Have first off, congratulations. I haven't spoke to you since the whole store and all that, so that's like kind of huge.
Thank
Did
you.
I talk to you at Can Jam about how much I love MegaFest? Is that a thing? Did I do that?
Yeah, you did.
Ah.
And now I'm trying to undercut the MegaFest.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, that's the
Smart.
if you can do that, that's a
You
good
should.
thing. That's fair.
Yeah, I can. I mean, have you seen my prototype? Have you seen the squigglies on my
The
prototype?
Project Meta.
I thought I got. I think I got pretty fucking
Yeah.
close.
You did.
No, I haven't. Where is that?
I can show you some
it's on-
squiggles.
it's on Twitter.
On my I refuse to call it X on my Twitter.
Yeah. A question for
yes.
you
on
on
your
that
zitter.
on that front, Crin. I noticed you've moved to JM1, and obviously that's convenient for MegaFest
call.
tuning and also Project Meta. But the question that I would have there is,
Ooh.
are you moving to population average based targets or JM1 or the concept for other graphs, or is it just for Meta to show basically this is how close it gets to that
Well,
concept?
for meta, it's just that, as the name implies, I'm just trying to hit the meta tuning and see how it goes from there.
Right. Okay.
And then for the future, like Project Blue is going to be unapologetically Harman still.
Mhm.
And let's see what happens in the future. I'm actually trying to get into speaker development at this point.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But
That
that's
does
like,
look good.
minimum next year, like minimum.
Right. So right now you're still using for your database the default view is tilted DF, right? Or like
Yeah,
DF,
I
but
was
some.
gonna I was gonna change it. I'm gonna change it to JM1 and then, until JM2 comes up. But is there a JM2?
So we're working on that. We did do some preliminary. I mean, I don't know if we're okay. We did some work that would have been influential for JM2, but it was mainly to validate that the 5128's canal transfer function is human-like, which it seems to be. But we need
The answer to this question is rather complex.
Yeah,
'Cause
so-
it's-
Probably
it's-
not.
Well, but hold on. Let me because the thing is, like, well, Blaine did some testing initially and found that it was brighter than we thought, and then I did some testing subsequently, removing some of the things that might have been variables in that, and found that it was for all the results, the average, let's say, representative result was pretty close to an average human canal, but there were still weirdnesses in the data, specifically in like the upper treble. We would start to get some kind of weird resonances with the canal transfer function that might not have been that indicates that maybe we need to do something else with
without
occluded microphones.
showing our hand too much and just handing over the data because it's not
Yeah.
validated yet. We confirmed basically the JM1 hypothesis, which was the mathematical derivation of what the canal transfer function would probably look like. We've pretty much confirmed that to be true. The remaining question is if that is actually the appropriate baseline, given some stuff, which I'm not gonna talk about yet, because
I
now
don't think there's an issue with talking about
well,
it.
now we're cutting into Superstream, so I would actually
okay.
like
I mean, that would also
to
be
taper
longer.
off.
The one thing
Okay,
that
so
I want to
so the one question that I have now is tuning to JM1. Good idea, bad idea?
good idea.
Better than most. You might want to take a look at Hammershoy and Muller's human population average DFHRTF though.
So
which is brighter than JM1?
no, it's
It's
just
very
shifted.
similar.
It's shifted
Very
slightly
similar.
for the canal or for right. It's slightly shifted on the canal.
There's more upper mid around 2.7K,
yeah.
and then like I think a decibel difference in the treble.
So
But otherwise, like JM1 is literally based on
the
the population average HRTF from Hammershoy and Muller.
other
So
thing
it just weights it a little bit.
Okay, so the
differently.
other thing about this, though, that I think is worth noting that's interesting, that doesn't relate as much to targets as it does to the measurement rigs themselves, is that we noticed that when measuring with the in-ear microphones, the occluded canal data, it was highly sensitive to positioning and
Placement.
insertion depth, like highly sensitive for the treble level, to the point where it kind of makes me disregard the results that Dr. Olive got when comparing comparing the measurement rigs against human data, because it's unclear to me that
the headphone.
Yeah. It's
measurements.
sorry, the head for headphone
On
measurements
blocked
with
canals,
blocked
yeah.
canal, because it's unclear from that what the actual the angle of the microphone placement is, and B, the insertion depth was
And see the
strictly
microphone
controlled.
itself.
Yeah, exactly, and that it was strictly controlled for, in both humans and in the fixtures, because it would make a massive difference. Like I had results for my own blocked canal measurements that showed that actually the 5128, like I had results that basically showed that it didn't really overestimate relative to population average, or it didn't really overestimate relative to me, and I know that my pinna effects would be a little bit less bright, right? Compared to the 5128. So that's why I'm kind of skeptical about those results, just because of how sensitive the outcome is with these microphones.
All right.
Anyway,
I mean, now it's the time where you should consider me as the guy who can basically tune to whatever target curve that you set. Like, so whatever that you find out to be
No,
the
I
new
think-
meta, I'm just gonna
I
try
think-
and achieve
Well,
it.
we'll talk about that.
given that we are now technically friendly competitors, or at least competitors with my bosses. You know, I really think that you should go for the campfire audio target. I think that's the best one to shoot for, and you should definitely aim for that one. Specifically,
It's very popular amongst the
it's
rich
very
people.
yeah, it does very, very well.
You want to make
and-
money. I mean,
Now, you see, ever since a few years ago, you may say that Crin's a competitor, but now ever since a few years ago, Crin and I are actually Italian brothers.
What is an Italian brother?
what are you talking
We had this big family style meal in New York City like 2 years ago. We were all at this big table together, all eating Italian food, and we all became
yes.
family.
Oh, that's
The
cute.
the restaurant where they give you like 6 people's portions in one dish.
Yep.
Why did no one take me there when I was in New York?
Well, that was
This
it was
was like
several
different
years
year.
there, yeah.
We did take you to an Italian restaurant. We had you try wine, and then your expression
I was there.
Yeah, you were
Yeah,
there.
I was
but
there.
Blaine
No,
Blaine
but
trying.
They gave us tiny portions of that.
That's
Italian
true. That's
restaurant.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
That's a
Um,
different restaurant.
Fake Italians.
This one
Blaine's
was
expression
one
was
that was-
hilarious, though. Him trying wine is one of the fun because, like, I think you're open minded to the idea, and it was really good wine. Your expression was just, nope, don't like that, don't want that at all.
Yeah. No, this was a few years ago, and it was at a place that was really close to the Cam Jam venue. We were all hosted there by Mr. Sam Roney from Deconey, and Z was there, and a bunch of other stuff. And he was like, Sam Roney standing at the table, and like it's like telling the guys where to put all the big trays of food, and we're all just like, pasta. Yeah.
Anyways, we should definitely end the stream now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and wrap up.
Everybody who's watching
Crin
this stream,
needs to sleep.
go check out Mr.
Yes.
Super Reviews channel. I don't have a link. If actually, Griffin, do you have a link? Maybe you can paste it in there.
Yes.
If not, everybody go watch Mr. Super Reviews interview. That's what I'm gonna do. And yeah,
Hello, and then sleep.
yeah. So and thanks to Crin for joining us, of course. And
No problem.
yeah, and as usual, big shout outs to headphones.com for making all this possible. And if you guys are interested in the rest of what we're doing, that's on headphones.com in the written portion, and that's also a great place to buy headphones. Definitely better than the Hangout. Definitely better. I mean,
Oh no.
I'm just
Does he have a
No, it is
great-
true. No, it is true. They have
policy?
one big advantage. No, headphones.com has one big advantage that Hangout does that Hangout Audio doesn't, is that they sell headphones.
True.
So
And IEMs aren't real, so really
there
don't
you go.
sell anything at
There you
all.
go. I still don't have bingo. Damn it. Okay. Anyways, that's the only thing I'm missing is Floyd Tool. I don't think we talked about Floyd Tool. If we anyway,
We didn't. We talked about Spinorama.
I did not get bingo, so we're still okay. On that terrible disappointment, I think we can end the stream. Thanks to everybody in the chat, and we will see you guys in the next one.
Later, guys.
Bye.